Sarah, there's a Bruce that needs to check in. I just transferred him over to panelist. Board of Health, you are all set. You're checked in. Lowering your hand. USA Wealth Group, we tried promoting you to panelist. Please accept it and check in there. Robert Enos, I just unmuted you. Please click on mute and George from Precinct 1, we just tried unmuting you. Can you? Gail, do you have a question for us?
Am I registered?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah,
Ms. Aruda, her first name is Tenny. Thank you so very much. Good morning, Mr. Costa. Can I have your voice, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to report that we have a quorum. We have 296 town meeting members, so the number required for a quorum is 149 members. Town clerk Sarah Haskell-Aruda has informed me that we have 184 members present at 9:21 a.m. So we are calling this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Please remain standing. At this time, let us bow our heads in a moment of silence to honor the memory of our friends who have passed away since our last meeting. This morning, we are honoring the memory of former town meeting members, former town board and committee members, and all those who have served the town. Thank you. You may be seated. So here's our plan for today. If we need a lunch break, I am planning to do so for about a half hour at around 1 p.m. If we're getting close to completion, my plan will be to keep going and complete town meeting before lunch. I expect that we will get all the work of town meeting done today. Just a reminder of the skills that you're going to need for today. If you need to ask a question, please raise your hand. There's a button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are on the telephone, please dial *9. Second, please. I ask that everyone who is on a phone that is voting in favor of a motion to do the hand raising icon or on the telephone, press *9. We will lower everyone's hand and ask that the second person on the device who's in favor of the motion raise their hand. Then we'll lower everyone's hand and ask for those in opposition to raise their hand. Again, press *9 if you're on the phone. A poll will be launched for the questions, and town meeting members will be advised when to vote. We will let people know when we're going to close the poll. The second person on a device will be asked to raise their hand, and then we'll do a roll call vote for those people on the telephone. If you have any technical issues, please feel free to reach out to our tech hotline. Okay, so in general, I will read the title of each article. I will recognize the sponsor. The sponsor will summarize the article. A motion will be made and seconded. The Finance Committee and Select Board will have their recommendations heard, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. If you wish to speak on an article, please raise your hand by clicking the hand raising again at the bottom of your screen, or dial *9 if you're on the phone. I'm going to be recognizing people in the order in which they have spoken, or I'm sorry, in this order, those who have not spoken and those who have not spoken on this article. When you're unmuted, please give your name and precinct number each time you speak. All questions are posed to me as the chair. We make our best effort to get answers to all your questions. There's no cross-examining in town meeting of other town meeting members or town officials. Our goal is to get you information so that you can make your best decisions. While we have no speaking limits, I'm asking you to be brief and not repetitious. If someone has already made a point you wish to make, consider if it truly needs to be made again. And if you need to take your hand down, you can click on the hand raising button again, and that will withdraw your question. We are here to discuss issues, not other people. We refer to issues, positions, and points of view. We avoid using names directly. We do not attack other people or question their integrity. We are here to do the town business. And while we may do it in different ways, we're going to respect those differences. We are the legislature for the town, and it's my expectation that we will act in a professional way. If you've heard enough debate and you want to end debate, you can raise your hand, and when you're recognized, you can say, I call the question, or I move the previous question. A 2/3 vote is required for passage of that motion, and that motion is not debatable. If it passes, debate stops, and we move to vote on the main question before town meeting. If you have amendments to the main motion, they must be submitted in writing and sent to tm@town.dartmouth.ma.us. So again, the email address for amendments to the main motion are tm@town.dartmouth.ma.us. The sooner we get them, the better, because our tech team has been putting them up on the screen so that you can see them. When we go to a vote, the question will appear before you on the screen. You'll have an opportunity to cast your vote if you have a tablet, computer, or other device. I will do a roll call vote for all town meeting members that have called in, or where there is more than one person on a single device. I will be asking for a hand raise. I have a lot of people to thank for enabling our town meeting today. First, I'd like to thank the Select Board for working collaboratively to help facilitate a remote town meeting again. These have been unprecedented times, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to gather in person for our next town meeting. I'd like to thank Lynn Antunes, who is letting us, the director of our library system, who's letting us use the North Dartmouth Public Library space to set up for this remote town meeting. So thank you, Mrs. Antunes. And we are being assisted by an amazing technology team today. They have enabled us to do these remote town meetings through this pandemic. And I can't thank them enough because we wouldn't be able to do this without them. They've been extraordinary. They've been critical to our success. And they are from DC TV, Peter Chase, Dr. Cynthia Marlin, Daniel Medeiros, Mike Moniz, Michael Fernandez, from Town Computer Services, Michael Corville, Tony Souza, and from Dartmouth Public Schools, Jonathan Galashaw, Christopher Branco, Thomas Faraz, and Jesse Martin. So thanks so much to that team. As I said, they've been extraordinary in helping us get this done and really continue to enable the town to do business through this pandemic. Dartmouth Community Television is again covering this town meeting live, and we are also streaming on YouTube. Okay. For the record, all appropriations voted during the annual town meeting are from the levy, unless you read or hear otherwise. And I want to introduce you to the people sitting on the virtual stage with me. First, we have Town Council, Anthony Savastano, Town Clerk, Sarah Haskell-Aruda, Town Director of Budget and Finance, Gregory Barnes, and our Town Administrator, Sean McGinnis. Next, we have the Select Board, Chairperson Sean McDonald, Vice Chairperson David Tettlebaum, Frank Gracie, John Herron, and Stanley Mickelson. Finally, we have the 9 members of the Finance Committee who have spent countless hours reviewing the various warrant articles and their expected impact on the town and its finances to be able to advise our town meeting members. And they are Teresa Ham, who's our chairperson, Gloria Bancroft, who's the vice chair, William Bowles, Robert Grovin, Elizabeth Hyde Cooper, Brian O'Hare, Jeffrey Raymond, Adam Sylvia, and Janine Simmons. So thank you to them. I have a special thank you to Gloria Bancroft. She has chosen not to seek reappointment, and to our Finance Committee, and she's been a really valued member of the team, and I want to thank her for her years of service on the Finance Committee, and I hope we will be seeing her in other talent volunteer positions. So thank you very much, Mrs. Bancroft. Okay. You're going to hear a host of preliminary motions. The first one is going to be to allow the Zoom, our town meeting, to happen via Zoom. Most of the preliminary motions are motions with which you are quite familiar. The one that you will hear today with regard to Article 8, so let me just explain, there'll be one today that you'll hear with regard to Article 8, which is not necessarily customary. So let me explain it before you hear it. And that is Article 8 is salaries and stipends of elected officials. As I have disclosed before, Sarah Haskell-Aruda, the town clerk, is my sister. And so I am going to recuse myself from acting as moderator on that article. I want there to be no appearance of any conflict of interest. When I recuse myself as moderator, typically the town clerk takes over as moderator, but for similar reasons, she will also be recusing herself. So the preliminary motion that you will hear will be asking town meeting members to appoint our town council, Anthony Savastano, as moderator for that one question on Article 8. Okay. Before I go to the preliminary motions, there are a couple of announcements that I have. There were some questions related to the voting and why we are not giving a count on votes. So let me be clear. We are not required to provide an exact count on each warrant article for the vote. So usually it's very clear in one direction or another which way the vote is going. The other thing is that while there is a ballot that goes up and we have a number associated with who voted yes and who voted no, it does not account, or the poll goes up, it does not account for those people who are second on a device or those people who have called in. So that would require some math. By and large, I have relief to just call the vote and the direction in which, whether or not it passed or failed. To dispel any conspiracy theories about the vote, I am not the only one that can see the polls. So any of the panelists that I have just named who are listed as panelists on the Zoom call also see the vote happening. So if there were any irregularities, you can be assured that someone would step up to say so. Also, all the people at DCTV who are running the meeting, or all the tech team, not just DCTV, who are running our meeting, see these votes coming in. So that's why you're not getting a count. It requires me to take a look at it and have some math. And the only way that I do a count is if there is any doubt about the passage of a warrant article. So I want to be clear on that. The other thing that there was some confusion on was moving the question. When a town meeting member asks to have the question moved, they're telling you that they want to end debate. Town meeting gets to vote on whether or not to end debate. If town meeting votes to end debate, your fellow town meeting members are saying that they don't want to talk about this question anymore and they want to move to a vote. So I know people feel like they haven't had an opportunity sometimes to speak, and that is because your fellow town meeting members have indicated that they have heard enough. I also have some announcements from Mr. McGinnis with regard to our community center workshop and our bylaw review committee. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. McGinnis to talk about those.
All right, thank you very much. One item, much like our charter review process, per the town's charter, every 5 years, the town must undergo a bylaw review. It was last done in 2015, so we've been soliciting members to provide letters of interest to be on the bylaw review committee. It's required, as I mentioned, every 5 years. The bylaw committee's makeup is the town clerk, two town meeting members appointed by the town moderator, and 2 members from the public residents appointed by the select board. So we advertised for this last year. We did not get very much interest. So if anyone out there is interested in being on the bylaw review committee, please contact my office or the town moderator, and we will review your letters of interest. Also, as it relates to the community center study, the town is in the process of conducting a needs assessment for an intergenerational community center to accommodate recreation and council on aging facilities. Many of you contributed input via our online survey over the winter. On July 14th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in Dartmouth Town Hall in person, the architects and town staff will be conducting a needs assessment. The architect conducting the needs assessment will be holding a workshop to discuss this needs assessment in detail and solicit input from the public. We would like to garner as much information as possible from the public, so we hope that many of you can make every effort to attend. We will also publish this on our website and via social media, but we just want to get the word out here at town meeting. So that is it.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. I have one further announcement. I know that there are some people who, amongst our town meeting members, who would like to see us move forward with electronic voting. We had raised this issue at town meeting before, but didn't really have any volunteers who were willing to carry the ball on that. So I would be happy to put a group together and assist a group that would like to put together a warrant article to bring electronic voting to town meeting and to identify a service that we could use to do electronic voting. We had a test with electronic voting devices previously. The test was done with a service that provides electronic voting to the vast majority of the town meetings in Massachusetts that have it. So if you're interested in helping out to bring electronic voting to town meeting, please reach out to me. My email address is mhaskell@town.dartmouth.ma.us. Again, it's mhaskell@town.dartmouth.ma.us. Okay, and with that, I think we are now ready to move to the motion that allows us to hold this meeting via Zoom. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Town Council Anthony Savastano. Mr. Savastano.
Moved that the meeting approve in accordance with Section 8F of Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2020, the use of the Zoom video conference platform for conducting business in the manner that is provided in the warrant.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion on this warrant article? Are we ready to vote? Mr. Griffith, do you want to discuss this warrant article? Your hand is up. Nope. Okay. Any discussion on this warrant article? Are we ready to vote? All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, you can lower your hands, please. All opposed? Actually, I'm going to lower everybody's hand. Opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, the motion passes at 9:38. Mr. Savastano, the rest of the preliminary motions, please.
Moved that the meeting note the correct call of the warrant and the lawful posting and return of service thereon. That the moderator is hereby relieved from reading each article in its entirety and is allowed to refer to them by title and number. That the moderator is hereby allowed to take up action on any of the several articles out of numerical sequence as she may determine. That a teller count need not be taken on motions requiring 2/3, 4/5, or 9/10 votes, and that the moderator may declare whether the motion passes or fails. And that Town Council Anthony Savastano is appointed moderator pro tempore for warrant article number 8.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? And a second. Great. Any debate on any of those preliminary motions? Great. Are we ready to vote? All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. I'm going to lower all the hands. All opposed, please indicate by raising your hand if you're opposed to the preliminary motions. Okay, the motion passes at 9:39. Okay, here we go. Article 1, Community Preservation Committee Administrative Budget. Mr. Buddy Baker-Smith, please.
Thank you. This article is referenced in our budget that you'll find in the town meeting packet. Each year, the CPA allows the up to 5% of projected revenue, annual revenue, to be set aside for administrative expenses, and the CPC pays for its own legal expenses, administrative support, mailing, etc. We have found historically that $35,000 represents more than enough. That's about 3.8% of our projected revenue. Any unexpended funds returned to the unrestricted fund for commitment to projects in the future. I move that the meeting approve this warrant article.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 5-0 to 1. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 1? Are we ready to vote? Ready to vote on Article 1. Okay. And please, we have a poll on the screen for most of the warrant articles. Where we won't have a poll will be for amendments. So could you please indicate if you are in favor of Article 1 on this poll? Thank you. If you are the second person on a device, please, and you are in favor of Article 1, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. Thank you. If you are, okay, so I'm going to lower all the hands who are in favor on the second device. If you are opposed to Article 1 and you are on a second device, please indicate by raising your hand, second person on a device. Okay. Article 1 passes at 9:42. We have no one on the phone, so you're not hearing me ask for a roll call vote for 4 people on the phone. Okay, Article 2, Community Preservation Committee, Jones Playground Renovation. Mr. Baker Smith.
Thank you. This is a project, a proposal that we're recommending town meeting approve at amount of $179,469 of CPA funds. This is going to be used to replace and upgrade the playground equipment at Jones Park, similar to the project that was completed at Apondagansett. The equipment at Jones Park has outlived its use, and the new equipment will bring the playground kind of equipment up to current standards of safety and access. This represents approximately half of the total cost. The other half would be coming through the capital improvement that the town will vote on later. So I move that the meeting approve this article.
Thank you. Do we have a second on Article 2? We have a second. Finance Committee recommends 5-0, 1 abstention. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 2? Are we ready to vote? Okay, Article 2. All in favor, please cast your vote via the poll. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 2, please indicate by raising your hand. If you're the second person on a device. Great. I'm going to lower the second person on the device's hands. If you are opposed to Article 2 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. Article 2 passes at 9:45. Article 3, Community Housing Preservation Committee, FY 2022 Community Housing and Historic Preservation Reserve. Mr. Baker Smith.
Thank you. The Community Preservation Act requires that at least 10% of the projected annual revenue be either committed to specific projects for each of the 3 eligible uses, or if not committed to a project, a minimum 10% be set aside in reserve. The town has approved the recreation project, so it's not necessary for us to set aside reserves for recreation. But in lieu of projects at this point, we do need to set aside minimum 10% for historic preservation and for community housing. The $92,000 figure is our approximation of the projected revenues that you can see in the budget that is part of the town meeting packet for the Community Preservation Committee. I move that the meeting approve this article.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you very much. Finance Committee recommends 5-0 with 1 abstention. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 3? Are we ready to vote? Okay, on Article 3, please respond to the poll. If you are in favor of Article 3 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. If you are the second person on a device, lower your hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 3, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Article 3 passes at 9:47. Article 4, revision to appropriation for Russell's Mills Landing Conservation Project. Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes, I believe you're muted. Could you please start again and unmute? Thank you.
I apologize for that. This is a cleanup article. based on what was voted at the fall town meeting, and this is, the need for this cleanup is based on good news. Originally, we were anticipating 200,000 from the land grant, state land grant, for the Russell Mills Land Conservation Project. We actually received 312,000. So that's 112,000 more. So this article, what it will do is it'll allow us to accept the full 312,000 from the land grant. And what it effectively does is reduces the amount needed from the CPC from 300,000 to 188,000.
Fantastic. Mr. McDonald, will you be moving this question? Or you can indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. And do I have a second? Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 4? Are we ready to vote? Let's everybody, we can put the poll up for Article 4. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 4, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on a device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 4, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. I'm going to end polling. Article 4 passes at 9:49. Article 5. Appropriation for cemetery from the cemetery sale of lot fund. Mr. Barnes.
This is an article we have every year allowing us to spend money from monies collected from the sale of lots. We currently have $63,012 in the fund. This will take $4,500 of that to allow the Park and Rec Department to use it toward various small cemetery needs.
Fantastic. Mr. McDonald, you're moving this? Yes, thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you. Any discussion on Article 5? I'm sorry, Finance Committee recommends 5-0, 1 abstention. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 5? We ready to vote? Okay, could you put up the poll, please? If you are in favor of Article 5 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. Second device people, I'm going to lower hands. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 5, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to close polling. Article 5 passes at 9:50. Article 6, establish fiscal year 2022 minimum spending budget for revolving funds. Mr. Barnes.
Again, this is an article we have each year. This allows us or allows the departments that involve these funds to spend up to a maximum. If the money is not available within the fund, they cannot spend more than what's in the fund. So the first one's the cemetery revolving fund for $4,500. There's currently $52,516 in that fund. The second one is for the recreation and park revolving fund. There's for $185,000. There's currently $91,154 in that fund. A lot of that revenue is collected during the fiscal year. Keep in mind that involves the bucket. So they will ultimately have enough revenue to cover the 185. The last one is for the library revolving fund. That's for $3,500, and currently there's $15,741 in that fund.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving that question? Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Finance Committee recommends 5-0-1. Select Board recommends 5-0. to 0. Any discussion on Article 6? Please indicate by raising your hand. Mr. Anderson or Mrs. Anderson?
No, I didn't. I did not raise a question.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion, anybody for discussion on Article 6? Okay, are we ready to vote on Article 6? If you are in, so we're going to put up the poll. If you are the second person on a device and you're in favor of Article 6, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on the device. If you are opposed to Article 6 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. Article 6 passes at 9:53. Article 7, acceptance of capital planning committee report and funding of fiscal year 2022 capital plan. Mr. Barnes.
Everyone in their packet should have received a salmon-covered capital report, which goes through in great detail as to the various capital items. There is a total of $8,693,193 worth of capital items being recommended. 4,095,000 of those come from enterprise. Typically, we do not vote as much out of the general fund in the spring. We save that till the fall. The reason we did differently is the last fall, we had cut back quite significantly on what we recommended, given all the uncertainty regarding COVID and its impact on the town, potential impact on the town finances and the economy. Now that things are more clear, and we feel reasonably confident in our revenues overall, our revenues have held steady. We have seen an increase based on 2.5 and new growth. We have seen a decrease in local receipts, but those receipt losses have been contained. So we feel comfortable spending the free cash. So we have a variety of projects here. You can read all of them. They're in the report. The biggest one is for the water, which will be 2.4 million to allow for the cellular conversion of residential water meters. I think that's a really exciting project because what it will do is it will allow real-time information to be obtained by the town, and not just the town, the customer can also go in using certain software to get real-time information on their meter reads as well. That will allow the town to go to quarterly billing for residential. Currently, we do semi-annual, and it will cut back on the need for staffing. There will be no need for drive-by reading of meters anymore. So there are a number of other projects, but again, if you read the report, they are detailed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. McDonald, you're moving that question? And I have a second. Great. Finance Committee recommends 5-0-1. Select Board recommends 5-0. So what I'm going to do with this is I am going to read through the totals. You have a schedule of the items that are being voted on in your packet. And what I'm going to do is read through the totals for each section. If you would like to discuss any of that, please raise your hand and we'll go back, and so it will be the equivalent of calling a hold. We'll go back and we'll clear the holds, okay? So I'm gonna go through them. If you have a question or want to discuss something, raise your hand and we'll go back and clear the holds at the end. This article requires a 2/3 vote. So town government totaling $283,000. Police Department, $276,843. Dartmouth Public Schools, $1,518. DPW Administration Division, $425,000. DPW Highway Division, $1,523,000. DPW Sewer Enterprise Fund, $850,000. DPW Water Enterprise Fund, $2,700,000. DPW Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, $435,050. Parks and Recreation, $572,469. DCTV Enterprise Fund, $110,000. So, Mrs. Miller, you have a question. So you're gonna have to unmute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't really have a question, but at this time, what I would like to do is say thank you very much to all town employees, from our police department to our DPW to our schools, for getting us through this last year during the pandemic, and especially to DCTV, who got us through all the meetings that needed to take place. I think they deserve a big thank you from the town.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. I think that's very nice. I'm sure they appreciate the recognition. Thank you. Ms. Guiducci.
Yes. Dartmouth Public Schools, the HVAC upgrades, as I understood from the capital planning committee report, there is 5 million between the town and the school department coming through the CARES Act. And how is it that we can't take advantage of that, the portion of that total to upgrade the heating and the air conditioning and the ventilation system?
So I don't know, Mr. Barnes, if you'd like that, or if you would like.
I can answer that. So as noted in the report, whenever possible, we are going to try to use federal monies instead of town monies for covering various expenditures. And I can tell you, one of the top expenditures we're trying to cover with those monies is HVAC. So it is possible we may not need to use town monies. We can substitute for federal monies. That having been said, the regs on the use of those monies are very detailed and complicated. We've had some issues in terms of stuff we thought would be covered that may not be covered. So we wanted to make sure we could move forward with these projects irregardless. But again, if we're able to use federal monies, we will. That is definitely our preference. And we certainly hope to do that with the HVAC upgrades.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Rodrick.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like to know from the water department the status of the new filtration system that's supposed to be up and running for a year. And is it running and is it working?
Great question. Do we have someone on from DPW who's able to answer that?
Hi, Steve Sullivan.
Great.
The chlorine system went online March 22nd of this year. It's been operating at good efficiency, and we're doing what we need to do. Unfortunately, we had a problem up on Reed Road once again with a high level up there just recently. Again, we've only been online just over a month, so I didn't expect everything to be working correctly. So the letter will be going out to all the town residents regarding the violation of the HA5s again. So, but we are working on that, and the system is working. So,
thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Guiducci, did you have a follow-up question? Ms. Guiducci, you need to unmute. to be heard.
Sorry. I'm going to go back to the public schools. One of the line items is grease trap replacements. And please, I hope nobody will take this the wrong way, but in my experience, and this goes back a while, there was little to no actual cooking done in the cafeteria. So why is there a need to replace the grease traps?
Mr. Barnes, would that be you or would that be?
I think it would be better from the schools to.
Okay. So Superintendent Gifford, are you on?
Mr. Kiley is on.
Mr. Kiley, could you answer that question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the grease traps in our schools, we actually do cook in our schools for kids. We've served lots of meals throughout this pandemic to students and provided lots of food to families. Grease traps are essentially a tank that separates grease from water that goes into the drainage systems in our kitchens. And our buildings are old. And unfortunately, these grease traps have a useful life. And in our buildings, most of our buildings, they're significantly past their useful life. We're having problems with them and they need to be replaced. The replacement of them is a complicated process. It involves jackhammering the floor, removing these tanks, replacing with new tanks and piping, and it's not a small task. So it's something that has been deferred for a long time, but at some point does need to be addressed here, and we're having more and more problems, with them. So that is our plan to address them long term here.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Mr. Nunes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just quick question on the general government, the $80,000 for the revision of the municipal chart of accounts. I mean, I read the salmon, but it kind of doesn't make sense a little bit. That's all.
Okay, let's see if we can get you an answer. Mr. Barnes, do you have any insight into that?
Yes, that's to the chart of accounts has been dirtied over the years. We'd like to bring it back into compliance with the Uniform Municipal Accounting Standard. A large portion of that cost would involve software programming through the Munis. Unfortunately, to do a lot of what is needed to do alter the chart of accounts, it has to do with proprietary programming. The other part would be to hire a consultant, the lesser amount to assist with that effort.
Thank you. Mr. Faria. You need to unmute, please, if you wish to speak.
Okay. All right. Once again, David Farrier, Precinct 6. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My question is directed to someone from the Water Enterprise retaining earnings. And the question is going to be the $2 million of borrowing. And if that money, borrowing, is that going to be transferred over to the highway department, which is also now our solid waste as far as enterprise systems are concerned? That's question number one. And just related to that, I would like to question whether or not, let me give you an example. If people are paying into the water enterprise system, that means that they're using water. And if it's going into the sewer enterprise system, it means it's a combination of using the town water and also paying another fee to the sewer enterprise retaining earnings. And I guess the question is kind of complicated, but I want to see if I can make it as simple as possible. Why would $2 million be transferred over to the town highway department, when it's my understanding that, you can't borrow money from enterprise systems from one to the other. And especially where, it's not everyone in the town who's paying into the water enterprise system. It's the few people who are using it. And also, it's the same result when you're receiving money from that department, because it's not a town-wide taxation. It's a use fee. So if you could explain that to me, I'd really appreciate it. And I don't mean any ill intent here, just trying to get it straight for myself. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes, do you have any insight into that?
Yes, I do. I want to stress that borrowing would come out of Water Enterprise Fund monies. Typically with a borrowing, you do debt service each year over a multi-year period. We haven't determined the length yet, but it could be 10, 20 years. But all of the monies to pay for this come from water enterprise monies. None of the monies to pay for this come from the general fund, which would include highway. So highway really has no role in this whatsoever. This is a water enterprise fund project, which is funded solely with water enterprise monies.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Marcotte.
Yes.
Go ahead, please. You have to unmute yourself again. And do you have a question, please?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. So just two questions. First, on the equipment for the police department, the cruisers and the motorcycle, is there like a set schedule? Is there like every 3 years? What is the plan in terms of how often, equipment is replaced? And is it consistent with, say, other towns, et cetera? Is it every 3 years they replace cruisers and they maybe do 2 or 3 every year?
So let me get you an answer to that. Mr. Barnes, do you have insight into that?
Every year, the town replaces 4 cruisers. So the town's been doing that for at least a decade or more. So every year, they replace the cruisers. In terms of the motorcycles, that replacement cycle is much more spread out. But the cruisers, every year, 4 cruisers are replaced.
Okay, so how do you know approximately how long it takes them just to go through all the cruisers for replacement to help give Mr. Marcotte a sense of that?
Perhaps the chief can better answer that question.
Is the chief available?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Chief Levesque. Go ahead.
Thank you. So generally, the lifespan for the cruisers in total is approximately 10 years is how long we keep them for. We utilize them in different aspects of the department, depending on the age, mileage, and so forth, for reliability and safety reasons. So a brand new cruiser would start out as a frontline patrol car. After about 2 years, it would then be a second line vehicle. Later in its lifespan, it could be used as a possibly detective vehicle, detail car, stuff like that. But we do try to maximize the lifespan out of all of our vehicles. And on the motorcycles, there's no set period for those. The current motorcycles we have been in service for over 15 years. So we're looking to replace those as well.
Thank you very much, Chief Levesque. Ms. DiPaolo. Can I get some help?
We gotta move her somewhere else.
Okay,
Because
thank
she's
you.
using an older version. We're moving her now.
Thank you. Mr. Paul, I think there you go.
Thank you. Elizabeth DiPaolo from Precinct 2. Question regarding the DPW Water Enterprise Fund with regards specifically to Reed Road and some of the issues we are having with the water in that area. Is any of this funding going towards the correction of that, or could we receive some sort of update from the DPW as to where specifically that stands regarding some of the issues we're seeing on Reed Road.
Mr. Sullivan, are you available to answer that? Is Mr. Sullivan available? Okay. Mr. Barnes, do you happen to have any insight into that? I'm not seeing.
I do not. Maybe Tim Barber could answer.
Mr. Barber, are you on?
Steve Sullivan's here.
Can you hear me?
I missed the question. I'm sorry.
Sure, Mr. Sullivan, the question was related to whether or not any of the funds from the Water Enterprise Fund are being used to correct the problems up on Reed Road, and or whether how those problems are being addressed. Can you help us with that?
Those well, the Water and Sewer Enterprise, the Water Enterprise Funds uses the money for running the treatment plants and changing over to the chloramines. And of course, we send our people out to do flushing in that area right now, currently, to move the water along. Unfortunately, that's a 16-inch water main up on Reed Road, and there's not a lot of people using it. So that's what happens. The water becomes stagnant. So we've been addressing that issue by flushing. And of course, we use Water Department personnel to do that. So it's coming out of our enterprise fund.
And so is there kind of a long-term plan, I think she was looking for, to address the issues on Reed Road?
Well, that was part of the changing over to chloramines. And of course, we've only been online for a short period of time with the switchover. So I didn't expect this to be perfect this round. And I'm hoping by the next sample time in, let's see, August, we should have, there shouldn't be a problem up there at that time.
Okay, so it's a changeover of a system. You're working kind of out the kinks, and you expect the next testing to come back with a more favorable result. Is that
exactly?
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Ms. Guiducci.
Quick question. This also is for Steve Sullivan. The cellular conversion of the water meters, how long is that technology good for?
Mr. Sullivan, do you have a sense of how long the cellular technology is good for?
Well, this is been ongoing for many years. Unfortunately, when I started, when we switched over to meters about 6 years ago, that technology wasn't perfect, and I didn't want to buy into it at that time. But since then, I've been using it for my larger meters, all the large meters within the town, and it works out very well. And in fact, a lot of people that are on it now can look at their bill and their usage on a regular basis, which they do, and it's going to be perfect for the homeowners to see what's going on in their home. If they have a leak, they'll be able to be notified, as Mr. Barnes stated. There's an app that you can put on your phone or on your computer that will be able to see how much water you're using on a daily basis, and if you do have a leak.
And do you have a sense of the useful life of that equipment?
20 years.
20 years. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if it's Mr. Gilmet or Mr. De Silva. You're going to have to unmute yourself, please.
It's Michael Gilmet. I just wanted to check.
Precinct, Mr. Gilmet, could you give us your precinct, please?
Oh, it's Reed Road.
Precinct 4, I believe you are. Okay, go ahead.
Question on the schools, the flat.
Mr. Kiley, do you have any insight into that?
I do. Thank you, Madam Moderator. So typically what we use is a vinyl tile. What we're doing is we're replacing older, typically asbestos-containing materials. Our goal, we've been doing it for years, so we use a flooring that we can readily get if we need to patch at any point. very common flooring for this type of application. But what we're doing is abating the areas, and we do that over the summer, obviously, when there's no one in the facilities. So abating the materials and then replacing the floors. Typically, when we do that in conjunction with, we also have a request on here for painting. So we sort of overhaul the whole area. And typically try and do energy efficient lighting at the same time. So we're really going top to bottom through those spaces. But we use a 1x1 tile in those areas.
Great. Mr. Gilmet, did you indicate you had a follow-up to that, or are you all
Yes.
set?
All set. One strong suggestion that we have a school, my wife has a school in Connecticut, and we were going to put the VCT tile in, and we were talked out of it, and we're glad we were. We are going to be using, we use vinyl planking, which is used in hospitals. You can see it everywhere. And the initial cost is a little bit high, but the maintenance of this is tremendous. We don't have to have it waxed or anything, or buffed out or any type of thing. And it's high usage because our school has like 300 people go through this particular area every day. Looking in the hospitals, they use it at Charlton, they use it at all the hospitals around. I would strongly suggest that you look at this avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmet. I'm sure Mr. Kiley will consider that, or the schools will consider that. Thank you very much. Mr. Murphy.
Good morning, thank you.
One thing about the
Kevin Murphy, Precinct 8. Just wondering on the water enterprise borrowing of $2 million, Mr. Barnes has stated that the timeline had not been established yet for the borrowing of that money. And I'm just wondering when that timeline could be anticipated. It just seems with interest rates being as low as they are now that the longest possible time at the earliest moment would be most advantageous. If you'd care to comment, or yourself, Madam Chair, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Mr. Barnes, can you help us understand that?
Our plan is to go out long-term borrowing early next year.
Thank you. Mr. Marcotte.
Thank you very much for the chief for the explanation. That's really assuring to know that. And then second was, because I had two questions, and so I had to let me just grab the question. It was on the school portion. $278,000 for school technology and infrastructure. Is there any kind of breakdown on that? Seems to be quite a lot of money, and I'm not really sure what that's for.
Sure. Mr. Kiley, could you help us with that one?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the town every year funds $200,000 of replacement of hardware for us. It's been critical and never more evident than this year through the pandemic, when we've basically gone from the model that we had in place where we were approaching one-to-one, and we had one-to-one on some grade levels, to having to go full one-to-one. So, we always want to be sure that, the town understands how thankful we are for the support through the years, because we were able to get through this pandemic, I think, in a good fashion. So we cycle our hardware through our system. So our higher end materials are in the areas where the applications are more robust, and then move through the system to other areas where, we can get some continued life out of them. But at some point we do need to, replace materials. So 200,000 is primarily for that. 78,000 is for a project that we're working on to increase our internal capacity by running fiber optic cables from basically our different network equipment within our buildings. So we don't currently have that in place. It does slow things down. this 78,000 will be used in conjunction with E-rate funding. So this is just a portion of the overall cost of the project, but that'll be our portion that's necessary to participate in this project.
Great, thank you. Ms. Cohen, please. Ms. Cohen, you may have to unmute yourself for us to hear you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Precinct 8, Courtney Cohen. Going back to the Water Enterprise Fund discussion, I work in the town health office, and recently we've had 2 projects with water tie-ins, and both were significant tie-in fees that pay into the Water Enterprise Fund. One was $5,000, one was $2,500. Maybe we talk about reducing those fees for the residents to pay at the tie-in time to increase the demand to help with the chlorination that Mr. Sullivan was referring to. Any comments on that?
Mr. Barnes or Mr. Barber or Mr. Sullivan, any comments about tie-in fees and I'm not sure if the question is the reason that they're relatively high or how we might reduce them to encourage tie-in.
Right.
I defer to the DPW on that.
Sure, Mr. Barber, go ahead. I saw you raise your hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So the costs vary for that section of water main infrastructure upon the frontage. So the frontage fees were calculated as a percentage of the installation for that project. You know, that cost of the entire installation was pretty high. So the town paid for a portion of that through the enterprise fund, and then frontage fees were calculated for the residents that seemed appropriate. We would have to discuss lowering fees with the Board of Public Works to try to add incentive to connect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Matos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Thank you. Mike Matos, Precinct 1. I just had a question for clarification on under DPW Admin Division, the Paint Near Bridge swing span design, the 250. How does that tie into what was already done a few years ago? And is that sort of the complete final, thing for the bridge that needs to be done?
Great question. Mr. Barnes or Mr. Barber, or either Mr. Barber, it looks like you're interested in answering that for us. Go ahead.
So I can also say that the 250 requested for the design is not the entire design, but it's being requested to put towards a possible in-kind match. The transportation bond bill has appropriated funding for the design, and we also have a letter into Mass DOT currently to see if they would be interested in taking over the design now that there is funding for it, as well as the replacement of the bridge. So we are waiting to hear on all that funding and if we would need a in-kind match that this would cover.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Mr. Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. I think it's either for Mr. Bonds or Mr. McGinnis. Town meetings vote a lot of money for the demolition of the old police station. It is still standing. Why? And where is that money now?
The money is still in the account for the removal of the building. Due to COVID and other issues, we weren't able to move forward with that. The goal is to move forward with that in the next coming year.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we're ready to vote. Put the ballot question up, please. All in favor of Article 7, that's the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Again, this requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, I'm going to lower hands for those that were in favor and our second person on a device. All opposed to Article 7 and are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, Article 7 passes at 10:27. Article 8, salaries and stipends of elected officials. This is the one that I am turning over to Mr. Savastano. Mr. Savastano, go ahead.
Article 8, salaries and stipends of elected officials. I recognize Gregory Barnes.
This will fund, level fund the salary for the town clerk. It goes down 1,000 because the current town clerk will not be receiving this year an educational stipend, and the previous town clerk received an educational stipend for 21. So it's level fund for the salary for the town clerk.
Okay, we need a motion that the meeting accept this article. Sean McDonald, although I can't see you, so somebody's going to have to tell me if he's...
Yeah, Sean's made it and Lori seconded.
Okay, thank you. I can't see them. Okay, any discussion on this article?
I want to just clarify,
I'm sorry.
it sets the salary, does not fund it. That's
Okay, I'm going to go through and I'm going to read each of the salaries. And again, whoever's running this at DCTV, I cannot see the same
You should
thing.
open up at the bottom of your screen. There's a participants icon. Press that.
Okay,
And you should see everyone.
and I will see hands.
Yep, you should see a couple right now.
Okay. First of all, town clerk, which includes the $1,000 educational stipend for fiscal year 2021 at $79,350. Board of Assessors, 0. Board of Health, 0. Board of Library Trustees, 0. Parks and Rec Board, 0. Select Board, 0. Planning Board, 0. School Committee, 0. And Town Moderator, 0. Is there any discussion on this article?
You have 3 people.
3 hands. Do I hit the hand button?
No, you can just tell us
Okay,
what's
Peter Howland.
Yes, good morning. Precinct 1, Peter Howland. I'm very curious. This is a new town clerk, replacing the old town clerk. That's $79,350 salary. We had just voted on that as a town just a short little while ago for a town clerk that was very experienced and educated in the position. So are we voting this salary for an entry-level town clerk replacing a very experienced town clerk?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So yes, this is the salary for the town clerk. It is in line with similar town clerk positions. I can tell you that Sarah, the clerk, has come in. It was under difficult circumstances. There were 2 major elections, a primary and a presidential election, that she was able to conduct on her own. Additionally, she's implemented a number of operational efficiencies and customer service efficiencies in the department. So, I mean, she's, in my experience, is as experienced as any other town clerk that's out there.
Okay, great.
David Faria. David, you need to unmute yourself if you're going to speak.
Unmute, it just showed up. Okay, do you have me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make a couple of amendments to the salaries on Article 8. First of all, I would like to start with the Select Board. I'd like to make a motion that we increase the salaries or the stipends for Select Board to be a total of $25,000. And that would include $5,000 for each selectman, okay? And
You
then I
need
would
to
also,
identify a funding source, and you would,
taking it from the reserve of funds. I'm thinking of a stabilization account.
Mr. Barnes.
This sets the salary.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished. You want one or you want them all? I got this.
No, I want to address the necessity of taking it from another funding source first. I might actually need Melissa's help on this.
Okay, if that's fine. If it's if the
let me,
stabilization fund
Greg,
is-
could you weigh in on that? If he's going to add somewhere, does he have to identify from where it comes?
Well, this sets the salary. The actual funding of that would be in the next article, Article 9. So you'd have to make an alteration in Article 9. This just sets the salary for the elected officials.
So it would have to pass in both locations
Yes.
for it to take place. So what happens if it passes in Article 8 but does not pass in Article 9?
Then you have not funded it.
Okay. Okay, what else,
Okay.
Mr. Faria?
Also, on a school board, on a school committee, I'd like to increase that to $10,000, and that would be a $2,000 stipend for each elected member of the school board, and also the town moderator to receive a $1,000 stipend. That would be for the year, so that would be a total of about $36,000. And if I could just speak to the article as an individual.
I need clarification first. So for the select board, you said $5,000 each as a stipend
$5,000
or a
each.
salary? I'm
Right.
sorry?
This is a stipend.
Mr. Savastano, I don't mean to interrupt, but
No, please help me here.
it's our requirement that amendments be sent in writing. They're to be sent in to tm@town.dartmouth.ma.us. Maybe Mr. Farrier can email those in. And in the meantime, you could take another question would be my suggestion, but
No, that's helpful. Thank you. We'll do that. Mr. Ferry, could you do that? Did you get that email address?
Yeah, I did, but how can I possibly do that right now? I mean, I
Well,
kinda-
that's what we've been doing, handling the town meetings this way all along. So
I know that. But this
require
is-
these amendments to be in writing.
We have to make some kind of an exception because this is so unordinary. I mean, we're speaking, from home, and it's been going on for a long time.
It's actually easier. You're on a computer right now, so you should be able to type it up. While
I'm not on a computer. You're wrong.
I'm gonna require that you submit it in writing, and I'm gonna recognize Courtney Cohen, please. Courtney. And identify your.
Good morning. Yep. Precinct 8, Courtney Cohen. I didn't know that Mr. Farrier was going to comment as he did, but I agree with him and I'm happy to help him with that email. I can do that right from my tablet as I'm here and can support that. So just on the same concept was my support was to have a stipend or an increase to at least the select board and other positions, as we haven't had many people run against our current board members. And this would give some type of incentive because it is a huge time commitment, which thankful and appreciative to all of our volunteer elected positions. But, it's time to have some diversity within those positions, and a little bit of a stipend would encourage that. So, Mr. Farrier, I will send an email and I don't know the best way to conclude you, but I am happy to help. I heard what he said for at least the select board and the school committee, but I lost what he announced for the moderator. I know he said 1,000 a year, but then he said something about 36,000. But happy to help. I know this technology is not the easiest.
Mr. Ferry, do you want to repeat your amounts, please?
Does he have to put his hand up?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Ferrier.
I'm sorry. Don't be annoyed with me. I'm just trying to do what
she's asking to repeat the dollar amounts in your totals. So she
Okay.
said she would draft
So
it.
the total amount is going to be $36,000, and it's going to be broken down into the select board would receive $5,000 each. That'll be a total of $25,000. Also, school board would receive $2,000 each. That would be a total of $10,000. Town moderator would receive $1,000. I believe that's for a total of $36,000, which would be taken from either the general fund or staff, wherever the funding is available to complete this, is where the funding would come from. I believe it's the stabilization account, but I'm not sure. And if that's the case, and we can get that email over to you.
Well, the motion right now is to set the salaries. As Mr. Barnes said, the funding source would be addressed in Article 9. I'd be happy to turn it back over to Melissa at that point to deal with that issue. So Courtney, do you understand what he's asking? Are you okay to put the email together?
Yes, I definitely can do that. I will do that right now.
Thank you. And while you're doing that, I recognize David Tattlebaum.
Mr. Moderator,
I'm sorry.
DCTV, Peter. We actually just received that amendment.
That was fast. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
I didn't do it. Someone
I'm
else
here. We are a volunteer government. We have paid staff that does a fantastic job. We've tried many times over the years to change what we do, and there's no hunger in our town to change our status, our style of government, what we do, and when that does come, it may be down the road. I think that this is an inappropriate way to present this. I think it should be done as an article with research. There are many other people who put a lot of time, even more time than the people he mentioned. I think it's a bit unfair and disingenuous to cite a third of the people that are listed with no stipend whatsoever. If there's going to be a movement to do this, I think it should be done properly. It should be done with some research, and it should be presented at town meetings, an official article. Thank you.
May I say something?
Let me call you. I'll get you. Shelley
Yes.
Zhang. Zhang, did I say that correctly?
Yep.
Ms. Zhang, precinct, please.
Shelley Zhang from Precinct 5. I agree with the last gentleman spoke. And first, I appreciate all these volunteer service people for our town. But by giving them this proposed monetary payment, I'm not quite sure that's the best way to do right now. The reason is the elected position, if they are working full-time, and of course, they should be paid salary. But these positions, they are part-time. And we appreciate their service. But on the other hand, if we trying to start to pay them, now we have to justify the hours and the time they put forward and the money we pay for them, and it's actually balanced. And most of the people who do the service, not because they are looking for money, and they have a heart of service. And if we trying to put on money for this position, that may give people wrong incentive to be on these positions. So I agree with the last gentleman. I think this has to be carefully sorted and researched and not do in a hurry. Thank you.
I see Arthur Gerard and Joan Fortin. I don't know which of you are wishing to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just think that, we need to do this.
I need your name and your precinct.
Oh, my name's Arthur Gerard. I'm precinct 2. But to give these people a salary at this point and make them eligible possibly for medical, make them eligible for retirement, there's a lot that goes in this. To throw a monkey wrench into the town meeting at this point on this, it needs to be done in a timely, organized manner. And I would recommend it against this at this time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Sean McDonald, Select Board Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. While I appreciate the effort on Mr. Faria to do something like this, let me just make a couple of clarifications. As being an elected member of the Select Board, my position is 24/7. I know I don't work 24/7 as a Select Board, but When I'm at events, people come up to me with problems. People call me at home. People call me on my cell. When I grocery shop, people, if they see me, they have situations. So at any time, we act on behalf of the public. We also answer emails during the course of our regular business days when we're working. I'm fortunate at the job that I have that I'm able to deal with some of the issues in the town on a daily basis. When I first ran for this position, it certainly wasn't for the money, that's for sure. The money that was done was taken away was during some very difficult times, and it was an easy position to do. And it's been several attempts in the past years to at least from some of the board members in the past have asked that this situation go back. I'll be honest with you, I've been elected an official in this town for numerous years. I've never taken a dime. If town meeting decides at some point in time to make this an elected position, I still won't take the dime. This is just something given back to the community. I've always felt this way. People know me, know that this is certainly not in it for the money. And to be honest with you, $5,000, it's a nice gesture. It used to be 2,000. As many of the board members in the past have said, the time that they take, the travels that they go to, the gas that they use, the personal funds that they use far exceeds the amount of stipend that anybody could give us. So while I appreciate this, I do concur with Mr. Tattlebaum that if it's got to be done, it should be done through the process and not through an amendment. So I respectfully appreciate the gesture. I also ask town meeting to vote down this amendment.
Elizabeth Isherwood Moore.
Elizabeth Isherwood Moore, Precinct 9. I move the question.
We need a 2/3 vote. We have a vote regarding moving the court. Strike that. There's a motion and I believe, was there a second on Mr. Faria's amendment? You can't move the motion while there's an amendment.
Yes,
pending.
there was.
Yeah, no, there's an amendment pending. You can't move the underlying motion while there's an amendment pending.
Okay.
Are you moving the amendment or are you moving the motion?
I was moving, I misunderstood. I was moving ending discussion to the whole question. But I also would like to move then ending discussion on the motion.
So you're moving the previous question, which is the motion to amend, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we need a 2/3 vote on. Is there a second on that motion to move the previous
Yes, you get a
question?
second.
We need a vote on that, please. On the amendment to move the amendment.
So all in favor, please raise your hand using the raised icon on moving the motion.
Again, so everybody understands, this is just moving the motion to amend, not the underlying motion.
Okay, we're gonna lower everyone's hands on that. Now, if you're a second.
Second persons who are on the same device, voting affirmative to move the motion. Those opposed to moving the motion, which is, again, the motion to amend.
Okay, now if you're on a second person on the device and you're opposed to moving the motion.
Peter, what did you have for the first one? 40, they have 41.
What I have is 102 in favor and 43 opposed.
So we need a vote then. The motion to move the previous question passes. We need a vote on the motion to amend. We are voting now on Mr. Faria's motion to amend, to add those salaries that he discussed. Do we have that motion up? You said we received it?
The motion is up on the screen right now. The
Yeah,
amendment is on the
I
screen.
can't see it behind the panels. Okay.
All right. So everyone that's in favor of the motion should raise their hand now. Okay, we're going to lower everyone's hands. Now, again, if you're a second person on a device and you're in favor of the motion, you should raise your hand now. Just second people on the device, not individual people.
Okay, lower your hands. Those opposed to the motion to amend adding the salaries to the select board, school board, and moderator, please raise your hands. And the second person's on a device.
Give it a second.
I'm sorry, Peter. We'll let you clear.
Let me lower it first.
Right.
Lower everyone's hands first. Okay, now the second person.
Okay, the motion fails. The motion to amend fails. Back to the main motion. Is there any more discussion on the main motion? Shannon Jenkins, I see your hand up. Are you discussing the main motion or are you discussing the amendment? That is just,
To discuss the main motion.
yes.
Shannon Jenkins, Precinct 7. I would like to urge the select board to please take this up. I know I have a stake here and I would not accept a salary if it were given to me. But our boards are not particularly diverse. They tend to be older. They tend to be white. There are a lot of barriers to accessing meetings, particularly for people who work in jobs with low pay or who have small children. Research is pretty clear that when there is a diversity of views at the table, the decisions that are made by the groups of people are better in all kinds of settings. And so I think this would go a long way towards getting better representation into our boards across the board. And so I would strongly urge the select board to take this up and to come to next town meeting with a proposal. Thank you.
John Souza.
Yeah, John Souza, Precinct 4. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with Shannon, but I would go one step further and ask the select board to form a committee, and the committee made up of non-elected officials, and come back with a report, a recommendation to town meeting in the fall. This issue is arisen many times in the last decade, and it's long overdue for a thorough look and a report back to town meeting. So I would encourage the select board to do that. Thank you.
Danielle O'Brien.
Hello. Back to the original.
Please identify yourself and your precinct.
Danielle O'Brien, Precinct 6. Just the original article on the salary for the town clerk. I would like to say that I think that lowering it $1,000 with the educational stipend or allowance, I think that we should keep it at last year's salary if there's not a raise in question, because cost of living, especially with coronavirus impact on the economy, I think that that is a fair salary. And I think that the town spoke enough about her capabilities of this position. And I think that we should just move to vote on that.
Are you making a motion?
I am.
Okay, you would need to make a motion in writing. And to whom that would that be emailed again, Melissa?
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not clear. I'd like to just move that we vote on the salary.
I thought you were saying you want to raise it back to 80,350.
No, I mean, I'm saying I think that the 79,000 was more than fair with people asking in regards to if that was a fair entry level salary. I was saying I think that's more than fair. If not, we should have, kept it at the 80,000, but I think that salary is more than fair. I think that she's very capable of the position. We should move to vote on it.
Okay. Ebenezer, I'm not going to even try your last name. Could you please say it for me and your precinct?
My name is Ebenezer Oyebamiji, Precinct 6. I'm looking in the regard to the board. They work very hard. Our town is growing, and these people are committing their time, their resources to.
You're muted again.
Anthony?
Yes.
Anthony? She just made a motion to move the question, so I think we need to see if there's a second.
I wasn't sure it was.
That's what she said. Yep.
You can't take it. You can't take that up because she's spoken. She can't speak on the question and then make a motion to move it. It
Right.
allows her to speak, but not other people to have their say. So
Right. I did not take it as a motion to move the question. So I'm sorry, Mr.
Oyebamiji, it's okay.
I'm sorry. Could you continue? You were cut off.
Oh, okay. I was just going back to the question that I will just say that what we say we're gonna for the board, the 5,000 and the 2,000 and the 1,000 is right because they are creating time.
That motion has already failed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That motion failed. That is no longer on the board. We are currently on the underlying article, which is a town clerk salary of $79,350 and a zero salary for the remainder of the listed positions.
Okay, thank you
Have
very
anything to
much.
say on that issue or those salaries?
No, I don't have anything to say on that. Thank you.
Ms. Cohen?
Courtney Cohen, Precinct 8. I just want to say that I agree with Dr. Jenkins, and then also that vote was confusing. Even my husband and I both weren't sure what we were saying yes to and no to. So I don't know if anybody else felt that way, but that vote was a confusing process. Unclear on what
Melissa's job is a lot harder than it looks, trust me.
I know. So she deserves her $1,000. That's what we're saying. All of this is not easy and time consuming and a commitment. And of course, we know that everybody involved appreciates the community, but time is important and commitment is important to be compensated for. Thank you.
Okay. Americo Rodriguez?
Yes, I would like to move the question, please.
Identify yourself in the precinct.
Yes, Americo Rodriguez, Precinct 5. I'd like to move the question.
Is there a second?
Yes, there's a second.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, lower your hands.
All right, just hit lower hands. Give it a second. The second people on devices that want to vote in favor of moving the question should raise their hand. Just the second people on a device. If you've already voted, you shouldn't be voting again.
Do we have a total number of second people on devices?
Yes, I got it.
So we know this number is not inflated.
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on one sec. That's the correct number there.
Okay. All those opposed to moving the question, please raise your hands.
All right, so we'll lower hands and Any second person on the device that wants to do it, vote against moving the question should raise their hand now.
The motion to move the question passes. So we need a vote on the Article 8.
So everyone should vote by the poll now on the main motion. And then if you're a second person on a device and you want to vote in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, and if you're a second person on a device and you want to vote against the motion, you should raise your hand now.
Motion passes. Melissa, I'm happy to give your job back to you for that 0 salary.
Thank you, Mr. Savastano. You did a nice job there. It gets confusing. So I know that there was some concerns about asking for the motions in writing, and it's helpful to get the motions in writing because our tech team has been really skilled when they get them in advance at putting them up so town meeting members can see them and better understand what they're voting on. That's why we're asking for them in writing. It becomes much clearer. I think you heard some confusion as to what people were voting on. That's the purpose. I'm actually going to skip Article 9 right now, and we're going to come back to it because it usually takes a while. And what I'm going to do instead is Article 10. I know I'm asking everyone to pivot on our DCTV team if we could put up Article 10. So Article 10, funding sewer and septic system betterments. Mr. Barnes.
You're muted, Greg.
I apologize. Each year, we have to spend a certain amount on debt service to cover our sewer betterments, as well as to cover our septic betterments. What this article will do would be to appropriate that amount necessary to cover that debt service.
Thank you. And
it's a housekeeping article. We have it every year.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for explaining that. Mr. McDonald, thank you for moving it. And do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you very much. So the Finance Committee recommended 5-0-1 in favor of this article, and the Select Board has recommended 5-0. Do we have any discussion on Article 10? Are we ready to vote? Let's put the polling up, please. Please raise your hand if you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 10. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands for the second people on the device. If you are opposed to Article 10 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to close voting. And Article 10 passes at 11 a.m. Article 11, funding solid waste enterprise fund. Mr. Barnes.
The town has 5 enterprise funds, which are self-supporting cost centers in which the revenues collected go to pay for the services. The next several articles will be the enterprise funds. This article will fund the solid waste enterprise fund in the total amount of $1,731,190. That represents a 7.47% increase from the year before. The major reasons for that increase are salary increases based on a new contract and also overhead increases, which overhead covers indirect costs such as health and pension and related benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Town meeting members can see the schedule of recommended funding both in their town meeting packet and currently on the screen. Mr. McDonald, thank you for moving the question. And I have a second. Finance Committee recommends 9-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Do we have any discussion on Article 11? Mr. Jackwad.
Good morning, Jamie Jackward, Precinct 5. I've just got a question about the Crapo landfill and its lifespan. My understanding is that this is a resource that the towns of Dartmouth and New Bedford created together, but that we've been allowing trash to come in from other towns, thus decreasing the lifespan that that landfill is going to be operable for us. I'm just curious if we can get an idea of how long that landfill is going to be available to us in the future under the current operating methods.
Sure, let me see if I can get you a question. Mr. Barnes, or do you want me to defer to
I think, Madam Moderator, I think John Beauregard, a town meeting representative, should be on here, and he's a member of the committee that's tasked with the solid waste committee for the landfill.
Thank you for that. Mr. Beauregard, are you available to speak with this to this, please? Maybe Mr. Beauregard, you could raise your hand so we can easily find you in the list of people if you're.
Madam Moderator, I don't believe he is present.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Mr. Barber, or are you available to speak with to this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The question was about the lifespan of the Crapo Hill landfill. The understanding is that we are allowing that it was a joint effort between New Bedford and Dartmouth, and we are allowing other communities to dispose of trash at Crapo landfill under the current way that it's being operated. What do we expect the Crapo landfill lifespan to be, as I think summarizes the question.
That would be a question for the greater New Bedford Regional Refuse District. I don't believe they're probably not on, but I can get that answer.
Okay. I don't know if you have, Mr. Barber, I don't know if you have the ability to get that answer sooner rather than later, because I will go on to the next question if you can, or we will have to do some offline research to get back to Mr. Jackwad on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nunes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Quick question on the revenues this year versus last year. I'm looking at a $50,000 increase in the base rate and also almost $75,000 in the smart bag and miscellaneous revenue. Are we looking at rate increases and increase in bag fees?
So let's see if we can get you an answer to that. Mr. Barnes, do you have any sense for how we're getting those additional revenues in those line items?
Well, what you see at town meeting is shows the revenues that are needed to fund the expenditures. So we do still have some overage in the revenues in terms of any anticipated increases that would be best be answered by Tim Barber. But I can tell you the revenues do support at this time the expenditures. One major plus for the solid waste is they currently have no debt service, and they've been pretty good about keeping up with their capital. So at least from a capital standpoint, I think they're in very good position. Obviously, there are some issues with the recycling market that I know have been a stress over the last several years, but Tim could better speak on that than I could.
Great. Mr. Barber, would you be able to help us understand if we are anticipating any solid waste base rate increases or smart bag or miscellaneous other fee increases? You might need to unmute Mr. Barber.
Sorry, I did hit it. So the cost of the bags, our cost did recently go up, but we haven't issued any rate increases at this time.
Do you anticipate any?
We were working with the enterprise fund to fund it currently, and we don't anticipate a rate now, but maybe in future years.
Okay. And any base rate increases expected?
Nope. No, we increased the base rate last year. So we do not anticipate a base rate increase this year.
Okay. And that might account for the increase in recommended enterprise fund budget. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this, on Article 11? Are we ready to vote? Let's put up the ballot, please. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 11, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower hands for the second person on the device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 11, please indicate by raising your hand. We're going to close the polling. Article 11, I'm sorry, yes, Article 11 passes at 11:07. Article 12, funding Water Department Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barnes.
This article once again involves an enterprise fund, a self-supporting entity. It results in a decrease in the budget of $47,550, which is a less than a 1% decrease. The reason for the decrease has to do with how a certain position involving a vehicle entity is funded. Previously, that was funded directly in the budget. That maintenance person is now funded through indirects and partially funded through the solid waste, the sewer fund.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving this question? Thank you. Do I have a second? Yep, fantastic. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 12? Ms. Marland. Ms. Marland, you may need to unmute yourself. Dr. Marland.
No, I'm all set. Sorry about that.
Thank you, no problem. Any discussion on Article 12? Mr. Howland. Mr. Howland, you might need to unmute yourself.
Peter Howland, Precinct 1. I just had a question in regards to the Fleet Maintenance Division cost on that. I believe the gentleman said that actually position was just alleviated via the budget. Maybe that threw me off a little bit, but looks to me like there's an increase there of $42,000.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, can you speak to that?
We previously, of the staff in the Fleet Maintenance Division, one of them was fully funded by water. It is now no longer directly funded in the Fleet Maintenance Division under the theory that each employee does work for the whole town. However, there is a charge to the indirect cost involving that in other employees who will do work in the Vehicle Maintenance Division who do work for on the Water Department's behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. O'Brien. Ms. O'Brien, you might need, there you go.
I apologize. I did not mean to click that button. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, any further discussion on Article 12? Are we ready to vote? Can we put up the poll, please? All in favor of Article 12, please indicate by raising your hand if you're the second person on a device. Otherwise, you're voting via the poll. If you're the second person on a device and you're in favor of Article 12, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on the device. And if you are opposed to Article 12 and you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, Article 12 passes at 11:11. Article 13, funding Sewer Department Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barnes.
This once again is a self-supporting fund. As you can see, there is a increase in the budget, and that's largely due to debt service and also contractual increases for the DPW staff contract.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving this question for us? Thank you. And do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholson. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 13? Are we ready to vote? Put up the poll, please. If you are in favor of Article 13 and you're the second person on the device, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower your hands if you're the second person. If you're the second person on a device and you're opposed to Article 13, please indicate by raising your hand. So we're going to end polling. Article 13 passes at 11:13. Article 14, funding Dartmouth Cable TV, funding Dartmouth Cable Television DCTV Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barnes.
Because of decreases in certain expenses, the budget went down. Again, it's a self-supporting entity.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, I believe you're moving the question for us. Thank you. Thank you. And I've got a second. Thank you very much. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 14? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 14, please indicate, if you're a second person on device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands for the second person on the device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 14, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're closing polling. Article 14 passes at 11:14. Article 15, funding Waterways Management Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barnes.
This is the last enterprise fund for today. And again, it's a self-supporting entity. There is a slight increase of about 10,000, mainly due to personnel services and slightly due to expenses.
Thank you very much. And Mr. McDonald, you're moving the question. Thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you very much. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 15? Are we ready to vote? Put up the poll, please. If you're the second person on device and you are in favor of Article 15, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower the hands for the second people on the device. If you are a second person on a device and are opposed to Article 15, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're closing the polling. Okay, Article 15 passes at 11:15 a.m. Article 16, Personnel Bylaw Amendments, New Position and Salary Adjustments. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this article increases the hourly rate for a number of seasonal and part-time positions. Additionally, it establishes a new position in the Council on Aging of Engagement Coordinator. This position will be fully funded through a grant to the COA.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving this question for us? Thank you. And do I have a second? Thank you for the second, Mr. Mickelson. Finance Committee recommends 7-0 with one abstention. Select Board recommends 5-0. Do we have any discussion on Article 16? Ready to vote? Vote the poll, please. If you all in favor of Article 16, if you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. I'm going to lower hands for the second people on a device. If you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 16, please indicate by raising your hand. We're going to end up polling. Article 16 passes at 11:17. Article 17, appropriation to the stabilization fund for collective bargaining and non-union personnel agreement. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this article sets aside $215,000 in stabilization funds to fund future contractual settlements. Any appropriations from this fund is subject to future approval from town meeting.
Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, you're moving this. Thank you. And do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 17? Ms. Sargent.
Thank you.
Could you give us your name and precinct number, please?
Sorry, precinct 9, Susan Sargent. I'm just curious whether, I'm not sure this is the right place, but has there been discussion on the aerial spraying, that how it's affecting the aquifer of the town of Dartmouth? There's been quite heavily reported lately as a problem.
Okay, so that's really outside the scope, I think, of this question right now.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that exactly fits in, but maybe before the end of the meeting, we can find some answer to that. But it's really outside the scope of this question on collective bargaining.
Thank you.
Anyone else on question 7 or on Article 17? Great. Are we ready to vote? Let's put up the poll. If you are in favor of Article 17 and you are the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. I'm going to lower the hands of the second person on a device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 17, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. We're going to end the polling. Article 17 passes at 11:19. Article 18, zoning bylaw amendments to zoning map and zoning bylaw relative to the Aquifer Protection District. This is going to require a 2/3 vote. Is Ms. O'Grady, our Director of Planning, available to speak to this, please?
So yes, the amendment to the Aquifer Protection map and amendment and revision of the bylaw was initiated by the Department of Public Works per a letter from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection directing the town to adopt the new Aquifer Protection map and bylaw update as a part of a technical review of the DPW Water Management Act permit amendment application order to complete. This amendment was and revisions were undertaken with the assistance of the planning department, with the assistance of the planning board, various members of town technical reviewing department heads, and with review by town council. The article was initially brought before town meeting in 2020, but due to a procedural error with advertising of the public hearing process, the state attorney general's office had requested that we bring this before town meeting again. We did receive a formal deadline extension from DEP to accommodate this request by the Attorney General's office. So there are no changes other than to the dates of some of the material that was presented.
Okay, so to be clear, what I'm hearing you say is this town meeting, if town meeting remembers this article, is because they voted on it before, but there were some administrative issues that requiring us to vote on it again. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. My understanding is Mr. Mello will be moving this. Thank
Yes,
you,
he will.
Mello. Do I have a second? Do I have a second on this? We can have, thank you for the second. Any discussion on Article 18? I'm sorry, a Finance Committee recommended 7-0 with 2 abstentions. In favor of it, Select Board recommended 5-0. Do we have any discussion? Ms. Guiducci?
Yes, I noticed a number of abstentions on the side of the FinCom, and I was wondering if the two that abstained from that vote could explain why.
Sure, I'm not sure which FinCom members abstained from this vote, but I'd like to recognize you if you're willing to talk about why you chose to abstain. You could raise your hand. Ms. Ham.
Yes, thank you for the question. One person abstained because he was a new member to the committee and joined after the discussion of the amendment. The other person abstained, that was me, because of previous work that I've done on adjacent pond, Citadel Pond, and I felt that it was a conflict, so I abstained from this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ham, for your explanation. Any further discussion on Article 18? Are we ready to vote? Okay, could we put up the poll, please? If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 18, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on the devices. If you are opposed to Article 18 and you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to end the polling. Article 18 passes at 11:23. Article 19, zoning bylaw amendment to zoning map and zoning bylaw relative to floodplain district. Ms. O'Grady.
Amendment of the floodplain protection map and the amendment and revision of the bylaw was initiated by the planning department per letters received by the select board from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for guidance and with guidance and review from the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation Office of Water Resources Flood Hazard Management Program. Failure to adopt this map and bylaw revision will result in by July 6, 2021, may result in the town being suspended from the National Flood Insurance Program, suspension of Dartmouth's inclusion within the National Flood Insurance Program would impact property owners in town that are required or want to carry flood insurance on their property. Suspension of the program would also prohibit the town from potentially entering into FEMA's community rating system program, which could potentially reduce flood insurance premium discounts. This bylaw amendment and revision and the bylaw map change was initially proposed for 2020, but FEMA ultimately rescinded it during the COVID crisis, and so now it's being brought before you again.
Okay. So my understanding is Mr. Mello will be moving this. Thank you, Mr. Mello. And do I have a second? Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 9-0. The Select Board recommends 5-0. Do we have any discussion on Article 19? Are we ready to vote? This requires a 2/3 vote. So the ballot is up. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 19, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower the hands of the people who voted in favor of this that are second on the device. If you are second person on the device and you are opposed to Article 19, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to end polling. Great. Article 19 passes at 11:26. Article 20, General Bylaw, Floodplain Management Bylaw Provisions. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, these general bylaw updates are required in order to incorporate the zoning bylaw amendment for the floodplain districts that was approved in the previous article.
Fantastic. And Mr. McDonald, my guess is you're moving this one for us, please. Thank you, Mr. McDonald, and I have a second. Thanks, Mr. Mickelson. Finance Committee recommended 9-0. Select Board recommended 5-0. Is there any discussion on Article 20? Ms. Clark? Oh, no. Any discussion on Article 20? Are we ready to vote? So let's put up the poll. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 20, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on the device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 20, please indicate by raising your hand. We're going to end polling. Article 20 passes at 11:28. Article 21, zoning bylaw amendments to the sign bylaw. 2/3 vote is required. Ms. O'Grady, could you speak to this article?
Amendment to the sign bylaw was initiated by the planning board at the suggestion of town council via a letter to the planning board. Proposed revisions will correct Scrivener's errors that occur within the bylaw, which was developed in 2017. This article was again approved in 2020 town meeting, but due to a procedural error with advertising the public hearing process, the state attorney general's office requires that this article be voted on again at town meeting.
Right, and Mr. Mello, my understanding is you're moving this article? Great, and do I have a second? Great, thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Finance Committee recommends 7-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 21? So I'm going to lower the hands that are up because I think you all were moving the article. If there's any discussion, could you raise your hand? Any discussion on Article 21, please indicate by raising your hand now. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone who wants to discuss Article 21, so let's move to the vote. Are we ready to vote? Thank you. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 21, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower hands for people on a device. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 21, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to close polling. Article 21 passes at 11:29. Article 22, transfer of Old North Branch Library property requires a 2/3 vote. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, now that the new North Library has been completed, this article transfers ownership of the old North Branch Library at 1383 Tucker Road from the Library Board of Trustees to the town.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you going to move this question first? Thank you. And do we have a second? I have a second, Mr. Mickelson. Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 7-0. Select Board recommends 7-0. Do we have any discussion on Article 22? Mr. Jacquard.
Hi, Jamie Jacquard, Precinct 5. Does this also include the property of the former older Dartmouth Library, the little one that was in the back of the parking lot there?
Correct. The property includes the parcel and the buildings on it.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 22? Ms. Fentress. You might have to unmute yourself, Ms. Fentress.
Kathleen Fentress, Precinct 4. I just wondered if we had a time frame on the redevelopment of that Tucker Road Route 6 project.
Mr. McGinnis, I don't know if you have any insight into that or.
I don't have a date specifically. We've been working with MassDOT on that project. And it's still in the works. The design is nearly complete. There's been discussions about the takings. So we are in that process.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Article 22? Are we ready to vote? Ms. Fentress, do you have a follow-up question? Sorry. You need to unmute. Do you have a follow-up question?
I do not. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, if you're in favor of Article 22 and you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands of the second people on the device. If you are opposed to Article 22 and you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, Article 22 passed at 11:32. I have a question that I inadvertently skipped over here that Ms. Clark had with regard, I'm going to go back just for an explanation so we can at least get the question answered with regard to an explanation of the required FEMA changes to the map. So Ms. Clark, if you want to raise your hand, I'll recognize you. I either saw your hand go down and didn't, go ahead and unmute. Sorry, Ms. Clark, I must have seen your hand go down. I thought it was taken care of.
Thank you. Because of the technicality of the FEMA maps, I was asking if we could just have a brief summary of the actual effective changes on those maps that you had included with the.
There were a couple FEMA questions. Will you remind me which one exactly you're talking about? It's the.
Well, the maps would apply to both of them, but I asked my question under 19.
Ms. O'Grady, can you respond to Ms. Clark's question?
Is it a minimal change? Is it substantive? Is an area of the map that it refers to that we should be focused on?
Ms. O'Grady, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Most of the changes were minimal in nature. The town currently we have 32 what they refer to as panels on the map. And of that, 23 of those had minor changes to them. In most cases, it was just, it was changing between the zone A material. Not always, but for the most part. But again, it was just minor changes. It hasn't been done since, I believe, 2014. And then prior to that, we had some maps that are still from 2019. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Barber, it sounds like you have an answer for us with regard to Crapo Hill. Do you want to address that before I move on to the next article?
Yes, so on the Crapo landfill website, the estimated life expectancy or closure date is 2027. And I did verify through email that they were looking at an approximately another 7 years of use. I'd also like to add that, the town does a great job with recycling and solid waste. The pay-as-you-throw program, one of its biggest uses is to lessen the amount of solid waste or recyclables that are dumped in the solid waste, which fill the landfill. And by separating all those recyclables out, it slows down the filling of the landfill. So we do get violations ongoing from a lot of recyclables within the solid waste, but for the most part, the town does do a great job.
Thank you very much, and that was a great plug for recycling and why it's valuable to the community. So thanks, Mr. Barber, for getting that. Okay, so on to Article 22 passed, and we're on to Article 23, leasing of the McBratney parcel, Slocum Road, requires a majority vote. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, thank you. This article would allow for the select board to lease the property for up to 30 years. A longer lease would allow the leasee to make more significant capital improvements to the property and thus provide a greater benefit to the community. Any lease of up to 30 years would be done via an open procurement process and would be for recreational use of the property only.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving? Thank you. Mr. Burgo, second. Finance Committee recommends 6-0. Select Board recommends 4-1-0. Any discussion on Article 23? Mr. Burgo. You might have to unmute yourself, Mr. Burgo. Thank you. Good.
Pete Burgo, Precinct 9. Like was said earlier, this will help us a great deal in order to finish what we've started with the building and everything. This is what the bank requests. I'm going to make this very short and sweet. I just hope we can get the backing of the town on this so we can finally move on with this project and get everything done for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Town Moderator. So my concern is, number one, I think the question is very specific. It's only about whether we vote yes or no to a negotiate terms and conditions and enter into a lease or other contractual agreement for not more than 30 years, up to 30 years. I think it's, and I think that's the question. It has nothing to do with what might happen later. The question is simple, yes or no. I think that the term is much too long. And to tie up properties that we do not have, we do not have that many pieces of property that the town might need somewhere down the line. And to tie up a parcel like that for that long would, at some point down the line, we don't know what would happen. Would we need that 10 years from now, 15 years from now? I can't, no one can tell. I can tell you this, that I know you're going to hear from someone, excuse me, later on about the city of New Bedford and any other towns and cities that surround us. I don't care about what the city of New Bedford does. It's got nothing to do with us. This is Dartmouth's issue, and to compare what goes on in New Bedford is really not a concern to me, maybe to someone else. But I do know there are large, very extended leases out in New Bedford to interesting to for-profit leases, not for non-profit leases, and that would bring in obviously taxes for the city. And but I would be more than happy to submit to an article, that a change in this article, if someone wants to submit something. I think 10 years would be more than appropriate, and I think most of the other entities in town have much either less than 10 or some not at all. So I urge the town to be very, very careful, town meeting members, excuse me, to be very careful about tying up a piece of property for that long. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herron.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with Mr. Mickelson more. We have to move forward on this project, but we need a 30-year lease. If you look around the state, you'll find that public and private entities get together and do joint ventures, and they do not do it for 7 or 10 years. They do it for 30 years. No bank will give them the financing to move forward. The town of Dartmouth may in the future look into possibly doing a private public function for housing. And where are we going to get the money for that? We need the 30-year loan. Also, Dartmouth DYAA, the soccer league, they may come before the board in the future and ask for something of a greater term than 7 years or 10 years. This is the right step for the town to do in order for this project to be completed. Please vote yes on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. If we read our packet right, it says not more than 30 years. I trust our Board of Selectmen to look at the proposals that come in to make sure they have all their ducks lined up in a row, and that to say this project is worth a 30-year year lease, or this project is worth only a 10-year lease. So I think that the town meeting should be put the faith in our town selectmen to say, get all the ducks lined up in a row, show us your programs, show us whatever it is you need to do to prove to us that this is a project worth a lease for more than up to 30 years. And I think that the town meeting should vote on this, because this would say that we trust our Board of Selectmen to, encourage someone to apply for this and to let our children have a place to go. And I'm sorry, Stanley, I know you may not care about the citizens in the city of New Bedford, but I care about the citizens and our children in this town. And our children in this town need a place to go, a place to meet students from other areas, to intermingle with other students, the diversification that they can meet with other people. Dartmouth is not a little community all of its own that has walls around it. Our children need to meet and see and interact with other children. So giving our Board of Selectmen the ability to go up to 30 years, I think is a big plus. It doesn't mean they're going to do it, but it gives the ability for them to do it. And I think town meeting should give that ability to them. And thank you.
Mrs. Miller, please confine your comments to the chair going forward. We don't engage in debate with other people. Thank you. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald, you might need to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, I did, and then I got muted again. That's okay, no problem. We know techno blips. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I appreciate the opportunity. Just as a little background for town meeting members. This is, if you read the article, this is just for the parcel. The town would have to go out and request proposals for this proposal. The current leasee has the opportunity to come forward with their proposal, as do other people. The select board would weigh in on the best use, best proposal, best use of the property per the proposal. Part of the lease program, part of the leases, and this is the leases with currently with Burgo on this parcel and currently with the DYA on Crapo Field, requires that these lessees pay a rent. And the rent is done in many ways. Rent is done on the use, the care of the property, the support that they do in the community, and they monetize that support, and they have to report to the board. We get a report from Burgo all the time. Currently, this parcel is being requested for 30 years. As Mr. Burgo had stated, the bank is requiring some type of a long-term so that they can get money for a building that they are proposing on the site. If the DYAA comes to the select board and said, look, we would like a 30-year lease at Crapo, we would be doing the same exact process that we are doing now. There would be an article before town meeting to request a 30-year lease in duration for the Crapo Field parcel. I've said this many times before. You have organizations such as Burgo Basketball, such as DYAA, DGAL, DYSA, Dartmouth Lacrosse, that support the youth of this town, that the town has woefully, inadequately not done in the past 50 years. There is a group looking to do a recreational facility, a combined recreation center, but that's still in the thought process. It's something that the town severely needs, but it's also in the vicinity of a multi-million-dollar project, probably somewhere around $10 to $12 million. Whether the town has the appetite to spend that money, I hope they do. It has to be at the right time, and I think this is the right time. But in the meantime, the support for these private organizations that serve our youth in many, many ways is really needed. The town rejected the article last town meeting for the select board to sell the property on Reed Road for this particular organization. Now this organization is looking to stay where they are and build a building there. I can tell you that the one of the locations potentially for the rec center is that Reed Road location. So we have the parcel. Yes, Mr. Mickelson's correct that this town is land poor, but we've always been land poor. The only ones that had any kind of foresight years ago to purchase land was the town when they were looking for the location of a new high school. And we have that location. So I just urge, I urge town meeting to vote on this and favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, you haven't spoken today. Mr. Cohen, did you lower your hand? Lower your hand. So Mr. Brooks, you haven't spoken today either.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Brooks, we're going to start with, and Mr. Cohen, I'll come back to you because you had dropped off. So Mr. Brooks, go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen, why don't you go ahead because I've got you unmuted, and Mr. Brooks, I will take you now.
Oh,
Mr. Brooks, go ahead.
I just
Go
keep
ahead.
getting knocked
Yeah.
off. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no problem.
The question is,
Will you just give me your name and precinct? I'm sorry.
Bruce Brooks, Precinct 7.
Thank you.
Don't we already have a committee or a group looking at all our needs at this point? And we haven't really gotten any results from that yet?
So let me see if we can get an answer to that. Do we currently have a group or committee assessing the town's recreational needs? Mr. McGinnis, it looks like you can answer that.
Yes, as I mentioned early on in the beginning of the meeting, the town is currently doing a needs assessment for a community center, which would include recreation and the Council on Aging. There's a workshop for that community center on July 14th here in Town Hall, and we hope to have the study completed by late August.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
The chair, thank you. This is Jeremy Cohen, Precinct 8. Two questions really rolled up in one. What is the current lease payment and what would future lease payments look like? And would they change based on how long the lease is going to be? If we're going up to 30 years, that's a big chunk of time.
I think we can get you information maybe about the current leasing arrangement, but I think future leasing arrangements would need to be negotiated, but perhaps either Mr. Barnes or Mr. McGinnis could speak to that.
Yeah, the current lease requires reimbursement via in-kind services. I don't have the exact details with the lease in front of me, but generally with the leases, it's providing in-kind services to the community.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Roberts, please.
Okay.
Yes, but you might have us on two devices. You might have to mute one, please. Let's just let that go.
Thank you.
Could you give us your name and precinct, please?
Stephen Roberts, Precinct 4.
Thank you.
I have a couple of issues. One is similar to what happened with the Reed Road parcel. We have two different discussions going on. One, we have a discussion saying we're going to go out for proposals, and second, we have a discussion that it's going to complete the Virgo project. I don't know how this happens in town, but does Massachusetts General Laws Chapter 40 cover the procurement process, or is that something else? Because this question doesn't, even though Mr. McGinnis said it, this question doesn't say that the town will go out for proposals.
So that's a great question. So what we're focused on is the ability, as I understand it, a yes vote on this would allow the select board to go out and enter into a contractual agreement to lease this property for not more than 30 years. I don't have an answer about Chapter 40 procurement. So I don't know if Mr. McGinnis does or if we need Mr. Savastano for that piece.
I can answer a little bit. Yes, it does require Chapter 40B, 30B procurement, and we would do that through a request for qualifications. Set a list of criteria within that request for qualifications, and ask participating parties to meet those criteria or demonstrate to the town how they would meet or exceed the criteria that the town has set.
So, sorry, just
follow up. Okay.
So the town is required, even though it doesn't state it in this question, I'm familiar with 30B. This town is required, even though it doesn't specifically state it in this question.
Mr. Savastano, do you have, can you opine on that for us? So the question is, if the town meeting authorizes the select board to enter into a lease agreement on this parcel of land not to exceed 30 years, are they required to do a 30B request for qualifications?
Yes. Simple answer, yes. What I echo what Mr. McGinnis just said. They would go through a process. They're not required to do anything because they're not required to lease it. This only authorizes them to do so. They're not required to lease it for any period of time, even up to 30 years. All this does is give them the authority to do it if they so choose.
And if they so chose to lease it, they would then have to go through this process. Is that
They would go through a 30B process, yes.
fantastic? Thank you. Mr. Gobbin, you haven't spoken today.
Yeah, but you didn't ask the question.
What?
You didn't ask, am I?
Mr. Gobbin?
I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, sorry, I have a hand raised.
Okay,
Mr. or Mrs. Anderson?
Joyce Anderson, Precinct 4. I'd like to know the length of the leases on, for example, DYAA and on the soccer teams.
Sure. Do we have
Those are currently 10-year leases.
Thank you.
Carrie Parsons.
Am I unmuted? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
There I am. Precinct 1, Carrie Parsons. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this article until we have the results of the research that was being done on the needs that we just talked about previously.
Okay, so I probably need either an indefinite postponement or a postponement to a date certain.
Say to the next, the next town meeting.
So I can't postpone to the next town meeting because we don't control the warrant for the town meeting. That's
Gotcha.
what the board does. So I could do, so I'm trying to, I'm trying to do a motion that meets the criteria that, or what I think you're trying to accomplish. So that would be to a date certain or indefinite postponement or some other motion, but those are the two that.
I would say indefinite because we don't know when the report will be resulted.
Okay. So I have.
Unless we have a date
If
for that.
if you postpone it indefinitely, then the select board can then re-put it on the next warrant, assuming that they decide to do so, whether or not, assuming it passes, whether or not this report is completed. It's up to the select board to put it on the next warrant.
Okay, so what I have before us is a motion to indefinitely postpone, and do I have a second? So one second, I'm gonna lower everyone's hands because I have a whole speaker list in front of me. So I'm gonna lower everybody's hands and just to make sure that I have a second. So I'm lowering hands. If you want to second the motion for indefinite postponement, I need it. Okay, so I have a second for indefinite postponement. Any discussion on, and I'm gonna lower hands again so I can kind of control the debate here. Any discussion on indefinite postponement? Mr. Souza.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
John Souza, Precinct 4. I'm against indefinite postponement. The Burgo Association has a tremendous record. And I would love to see this organization continue the good work they're doing. A 30-year lease would allow them to get a.
Mr. Souza, I need to caution you. This is not about Mr. Burgo. This is about.
I agree. I agree with you.
No, we can't be talking about a specific person or property or a particular company or business. It will be just to lease it for 30 years to whoever is the.
And I think everybody understands that, and everybody also understands that the current property is leased to Burgo Association, that he will be one of the bidders. So in my opinion,
and we're
it's
focused
all
on
about Burgo.
indefinite postponement. Indefinite postponement. So on the motion for indefinite postponement, I'm hearing that you're not in favor of it. Mr. Faria. On the motion for indefinite postponement, please.
They just threw my unmute. Thank you very much. I would like to mention to the town meeting members that this has been going on a long time with for the youth in the town of Dartmouth. I just want to mention that, yes, I'm 81 years old. I've lived in this town my whole life. Okay, I served my country, but that's not what's important.
No, we're talking about indefinite postponement.
What we have to do is think about where our kids are and what they are doing. Okay. We have the DYAA that's done a fantastic job in the town of Dartmouth. Okay, plenty of land, and we have an awful lot of activity. Mr. Burgo has been trying to get his
on indefinite postponement, Mr. Faria, on the motion for indefinite postponement, which is for us.
I'm opposed to the motion of indefinite postponement. And can I give a reason for it?
As long as it's on the motion.
It's on the motion.
Sure.
This town has 64 square miles. This town has between 7,000 and 9,000 acres of land that's been donated to the Dartmouth Natural Resource Trust. We pick up the taxes on that $7,000 to $9,000 acreage.
On indefinite postponement. This is like.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that if you're trying to get a 30-year lease and it can be done, and I know it can be done. I know Mr. Burgo. He's a good man. He's an honest man. And I know
so again, this is not about Mr. Burgo. So on indefinite postponement, Mr. Ferry, thank you. We've gotten that you're opposed to indefinite postponement. Thank you. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose, you seem to have dropped off. Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Are you hear me?
Yes.
I move a motion to vote on the indefinite postponement.
Okay. So Mr. Rose wants to move the indefinite postponement amendment. So I'm going to lower everyone's hand. And do I have a second on moving the indefinite? I have second. Okay. I'm going to lower everyone's hand again. Everybody has to vote by raising their hand. So the question before us is, do we want to move the indefinite postponement motion? So if you are in favor of voting on indefinite postponement now, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, so I'm going to lower everyone's hand. If you are opposed to moving and you want to continue to debate indefinite postponement, please raise your hand. So it's just to debate the indefinite postponement, not to move on it. Okay. The motion to move on indefinite postponement passes at 12:01. So the motion now before us, I'm going to lower everybody's hands. The motion now before us is whether or not to indefinitely postpone Article 23. Okay. So if you are in favor of indefinite postponement of Article 23, please indicate by raising your hand. So if you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, I'm going to lower your hands. If you are the second person on the device in favor of indefinite postponement, second person on the device, please indicate by raising your hand. Second person on the device in favor of indefinite postponement. Okay, I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your hand now. If you are the second person on the device in favor of, I'm going to lower your hands. If you're the second person on the device in favor of indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your hand now. Okay, the motion for indefinite postponement fails at 12:03. So now we are back on the original motion. So the motion for indefinite postponement fails at 12:03. We are back on the main motion. So I'm going to lower hands, and anyone else that would like to speak, any further discussion on the main motion that is before us, please indicate by raising your hand. I'll call on you. So Lauren Helly.
Hey, this is Lauren Helly. I was just wondering.
Can you give us your precinct as well, please?
Yep, it's precinct 5.
Thank you.
Can we move the vote on this?
So you'd like to move the vote on Article 23. So we have a motion to move the question on Article 23. I'm going to lower hands. Do I have a second to move this? I have a second. Okay. So we have a motion to move the question on Article 23. So what you're voting on now is whether or not you want to stop debate on Article 23. If you're interested in stopping, a favorable vote would stop debate. An unfavorable vote would end debate. So I'm going to lower hands. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 23, so moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, if you are, I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are in favor of moving the question, so ending debate, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are, I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are, on the lower hands, if you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. The motion to move the question passes at 12:05. So we are back on the main motion. So the main motion is before you, and the main motion is whether or not to authorize the select board to enter into a lease on a town-owned property known as the McBratney parcel for a period not to exceed 30 years. That's what's before you. If you are, so we're going to put up the polling question in front of you. Okay, if you are so vote via the poll unless you're the second person on a device. If you're the second person on a device in favor of Article 23, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower these hands. If you are opposed to Article 23 and you're the second person on a device, please indicate by raising your hand. So we're going to end polling. Article 23 passes at 12:07 p.m. Article 24. General bylaw dog licensing fees. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this article would increase the dog licensing fee for fixed dogs from $12 to $15 annually in order to implement a new online system which will provide increased accessibility and efficiency to animal owners, the clerk's office, and the animal control officer.
Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, are you moving this question? Thank you. Do I have a second? And I have a second. Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 6-0 in favor of this article. Select Board recommends 5-0 in favor of this article. Is there any debate on Article 24 that's before us? Ms. Cohen.
Courtney Cohen, Precinct 8. Just a question. So it was $12 if your pet was spayed or neutered previously. However, if your pet was not, it's $20, I believe. Is that $20 fee going to be affected?
Mr. McGinnis or Mrs. Haskell-Aruda, do one of you have the answer to that?
Yeah. Yes. No, that fee stays the same.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this article? Are we ready to vote? Okay, let's put up the poll. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 24, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower the hands for the second person on the device. If you are opposed to Article 24 and you are the second person on the device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to end polling. Article 24 passes at 12:09. Article 25, rescind borrowing authorization. Mr. Barnes.
During various town meetings, we have authorized debt for a variety of projects. For a number of reasons, not all of the authorized debt actually needed to be used. Hence, this article rescinds debt authorization that the town and its departments have determined will never be needed in the future. The total debt authorization to be rescinded is $7,937,796.66.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, are you moving this question for us? Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Thank you. Finance Committee recommends 6-0. Select Board recommends 5-0. Any discussion on Article 25? Are we ready to vote? On Article 25. If we could put up the poll for Article 25, thank you. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of Article 25, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, if you are the second person, I'm going to clear the hand raises. And if you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to Article 25, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to end polling. Article 25 passes at 12:10. We're going back to Article 9. It's our general budget. I'm going to take up next. I have some amendments in hand. If you know that you have interest in amending, any amendments you have should be sent to tm@town.dartmouth.ma.us because I will need them in writing. So I have some in hand for Article 9 and I will take them up in the order that we have received them. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. As I've done previously when we go through the budget, I'm going to go through and I'm going to read totals for each department. And you are welcome to raise your hand if you have a hold and are looking for further explanation. And we will go back at the end of my reading of the budget and we will clear all the holds. Okay. So town meeting, $1,900. Moderator, $0. Select board, town administrator, $423,787. Finance committee, $490,000. Town accountant, $153,728. Assessor's office, $325,616. Director of Budget and Finance, $446,884. Town collector, $388,765. Legal, $477,410. Personnel, $143,687. Management Information Systems, $506,110. Town clerk, $219,127. Election registration, $113,925. Conservation Commission, $138,463. Planning Board, $159,818. Board of Appeals, $50,034. Community Development Department, $70,000. Facilities and Vehicle Maintenance, Town Hall and other buildings, $436,723. Vacant building maintenance, $11,300. Solar net metering credits, $125,798. Communications, $76,000 for a total in general government of $4,759,075. Public safety, $8,135,077. Ambulance contract, 0. Building department, $456,338. Sealer of weights and measures, $11,515. Emergency management agency, $17,700. Animal control, $160,966. Natural resources, $25,669 for a total public safety budget of $8,807,260. Schools, Dartmouth Public Schools, $47,221,471. Greater New Bedford Regional Vocational Technical High School, $5,431,423. Bristol County Agricultural High School, $153,000 for a total school budget of $52,805,894. Department of Public Works salaries, $2,975,745. Department of Public Work expenses, $859,721. Street lights, $65,000. Traffic lights, $8,000. Regional refuse management assessment, 0, for a total public works budget of $3,908,466. Board of Health, $387,512. Council on Aging, $338,028. Youth Commission, $76,193. Veterans Department, $635,441. Libraries, $1,286,809. Recreation Department, 0. Park Commission, $463,519. DCTV, 0. Historical Commission, $250 for a total community services budget of $3,150,752. Debt service, maturing debt, $3,492,000. Interest on debt, $1,571,085, for a total debt service budget of $5,063,085. Employee benefits, pension and retirement, total $5,854,418. Workers' compensation, $425,000. Unemployment compensation, $160,000. Health and life insurance totaling $7,494,546. Medicare payroll tax, $800,000. Police medical disability, $225,000. Other employee benefits totaling $176,587 for a total employee benefits budget of $15,135,551. Property and liability insurance, $980,546. for a total of $980,546 with a grand total for a budget of $94,610,634. So I have questions before me that I am going to take. So Ms. Bancroft.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I put the hold on the Board of Health. Is that why you're calling on me?
I'm calling because yes, I know you have a hold. I just don't know which item it is.
So were you going to go in order of the?
Nope, I'm going to try and go through this list of people that I have because I think it's too onerous the other way. So the Board of Health, let's look for that. That's on page 9 of 13, I believe.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, I just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly thank the Board of Health, the Public Health Director, and the staff for the outstanding leadership during the pandemic, and also for their tremendous effort in the vaccine clinic. And of course, I know they had assistance from others throughout the town, but I wanted to specifically shout out to the Board of Health.
Fantastic. Thank you so much that you're right to congratulate them on a job well done. So yes, thank you to the Board of Health. Okay, Mr. Herron. Mr. Herron, I think you may need to unmute again. There you go.
Okay, thank you. My question was on legal.
Okay.
I would want to know how
Can you
much.
remind us what page that is? Do you have it right in front of you?
No, I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
My question was our legal costs for the year. I now know we're paying a lot more legal fees for the planning board. We're now paying for our attorney to go to those meetings every night. I want to know why and how much it's costing us for the last year. And will it continue in this form? It never has before.
Mr. McGinnis, do you want to address that?
Yes, so we, just like at any select board meeting, when we need the assistance of town council, they attend the meetings. A town council has attended some planning board meetings. They have not attended all. They've only attended when it's been required or the board has needed assistance or an opinion. I don't have the breakout. Currently, I can ask town council to see if they can provide that, but I'm not sure we could get it today.
Thank you. Mr. Nunes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think you just got a little tongue-tied with all the numbers because I thought when you read the Park Commission amount, instead of 426, I thought you said 463,000.
That's entirely possible. Do you want to point out to the page and I'll make sure I...
Page 10, almost to the bottom.
So page 10, Park Commission, 426, 519.
Yeah, I thought you said 463. That's why I put the whole.
I appreciate that.
Everything is kosher.
Yep, 426, 519. So it's exactly as written in your packet. I'm sure I could stumble over the numbers. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Mr. Jacquard.
Hi, Jamie Jackford, Precinct 5. I asked for a hold on the school budget. It's a $47 million budget. I'd like to see a little bit more detail presented than just some rolled up numbers.
Okay. And Ms. Simmons, I know you have an amendment. I don't know if that's why your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. I emailed an amendment and I'd like to move the amendment if I may.
Okay.
I asked town meeting to modify and reduce the budget request from 185,000 to 169,600,000, which is a 6% increase over the current $160,000 salary, which is the professional salary of the town administrator.
Okay. So do I have a second on that? I have a second. So in the interest of full disclosure, I have 3 amendments for this line item. There is Ms. Simmons in the amount of $169,600. I have So I'm going to take them up one at a time. We'll vote on them, but I want you to know what's here as you're voting. I have another one from Ms. Zhang to change the salary to $163,200, and one from Ms. Cohen to change the salary to $163,600. So I'm going to take them up one at a time. So I have a motion and a second on the amendment presented by Ms. Simmons. Do we have any discussion on this? Mr. Herron?
Thank you. The select board voted 3-2 on this issue, and it's only fair, I think, to go along with all the what is right for the town employees, that is what's right for the administrators also. So this raise that was given was out of line. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Days, we haven't heard from you today.
Hi, thank you. Carol Days, Precinct 5. So I just have a question. Is this increase related to a contract that was negotiated between the town administrator and the Board of Selectmen?
I believe it was.
Is it possible to, I guess, find out why the amendment is being made and reduced?
Why Ms. Simmons is making the amendment? I can certainly ask her. Ms. Simmons, do you want to speak to why you're making this amendment?
Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to, actually. So I'm also a member of the Finance Committee, and I wrote the minority opinion that voted against this recommendation on the budget appropriation. So if you looked in your town meeting packet on the lavender sheet, which is the Finance Committee recommendations, on page 3 on the bottom half, that is actually my minority opinion. So you can see a lengthy discussion on why I chose to put this forward. But just to, give you a quick summary of that, this is only one line item in a complex budget, but, I've always been strongly opposed to this decision. And I know after speaking with many people that the increase was not well received. And I speak for those who are unable to or are uncomfortable about speaking out about this. If you look at the professional salary line item in Schedule A, you'll see a history of 5 to 6% increases. So this is why I propose in my motion to amend the budget to only a 6% increase over the current salary. As previously mentioned, the 15.6 increase far exceeds the increases given to our long-term employees. The average proposed salary increase for town employees, police, teachers, department heads, it ranged from 2% to 3.5%. There should be an equitable balance between executive and employee salaries. I know that Dartmouth likes to use comparison statistics to other communities as a justification. So in my opinion, the salaries that are in, say, Falmouth or Waltham or North Attleboro, those don't paint a complete picture. What those statistics do not include are years of experience in the role, individual qualifications, and challenges that are specific to the community. We just went through a tremendous year of heartbreak for many people. So as people and businesses are barely recovering, ask yourself, if you were fortunate enough to be employed, what did you receive for a raise? If you run a business, what did your employees receive? So I think it's right that we as town meeting members, ask these tough questions and control how our money is spent.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Throughout this entire town meeting, we've heard how well this town has been run in a horrible year, and it's no accident. Sure, we have fantastic employees. We have great department heads, but leadership starts at the top. Mr. McGinnis was hired. He had a 25-year history in municipal government. He was hired as a new town administrator, hadn't held the position. He was hired at a rate, the rate he was hired was was commensurate with his experience at the time. In these 2 years, it's no accident that we had the leadership we did. I understand what it takes to run a business. This is a $94 million business with hundreds of employees, 66 square miles of property. We've all been marveling at how well the town's been doing. It's no accident. I'm not one to give away funds to anybody who doesn't deserve it. But let me tell you, the surrounding towns, what they're paying for towns that are half our size, it's scary because they're looking for good leadership and we have it. And two of my colleagues, along with myself, decided that the town did not need to start looking for a new town administrator. It was important to keep the leadership as it was in times like we have. I think it's a fair, very fair salary compared to what other towns are, and that's a very valid point because the man has been asked and seeking, asked for by other towns because they're interested in, because the reputation of our town, how well it's run, and we didn't feel there was any need to have to wonder if the leadership wasn't going to be there. I, for one, I try to look at every single dollar we spend and be prudent. In this particular case, this was solid money paying for a top citizen, a top fellow who's running our government, and I no reservation whatsoever because we need to have the stability that we're now giving us at least for the next 3 years and looking forward to even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talabon. Mr. McDonald, you also wanted to speak on this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to give some background on this to town meeting members, this salary is in line with the reclassification and compensation study authorized by the Select Board back in 2019. The goal of the study was to recommend a classification and compensation plan that is internally equitable and externally competitive. To accomplish this, a compensation plan was developed using the 50th percentile comparison of salary ranges, which were acquired through a salary survey data. The town itself now pays closer to the average of comparable communities, but not over the average. The study was based on comparing similar communities based on specific set comparison criteria: population, income per capita, equalized assessed value per capita, total assessed value, tax levy, state aid, total budget, and the proximity to Dartmouth. Since the study has been implemented, the town has been successful in recruiting and retaining high-quality employees. Additionally, the quality and quantity of the candidates since the study has been implemented has improved dramatically. Case in point, the building inspector, the director of special services. The town administrator salary is below average and median salary of the 11 comparable communities. That average in FY21 is $191,636. The median for that same year is $191,158. The town does not have an assistant town administrator position. All but one of the communities that we compare to has this position. Some have two, with a salary commensurate about $100,000. As part of the reclassification and compensation study and collective bargaining agreements, some employees have increased from 11 to 13% due to the positions being underpaid as compared to other communities, which caused recruitment and retainment issues. Other staff that were overpaid, according to the study, only received increases at 1.5%. The examples of cost efficiencies by our current town administrator have to do with online permitting, the facilities consolidation, and IT consolidation. One of the things that the Select Board has asked is what has his programs, his initiatives have saved to this town. He has saved this town over $500,000 in position savings, salary savings, attributed savings, and whatnot. While I appreciate a dissenting vote, especially coming from the Finance Committee, one of the things that bothers me about that dissenting is that there was information in there regarding negotiations. That can only come from a member of this board to that person. And it's relatively easy how that can be accomplished. I don't appreciate that, but I appreciate Ms. Simmons' comments on that. I welcome dissenting votes all the time, but in this case, she's wrong. This salary is below competitive salaries. And to say that you compare communities to communities, it happens all the time. There are communities out there that use Dartmouth as a comparison. Dartmouth uses other communities as a comparison. New Bedford compares itself to Fall River. It compares itself to Taunton, compares itself to Lowell. Boston, well, who knows what they compare themselves to. But other communities, Falmouth has always compared itself to Dartmouth. Dartmouth has always used Falmouth because we're very similar. Barnstable does the same thing. Duxbury does the same thing. Everybody chooses other communities to compare some. So that's what happens in government. That's what happens in these situations. To say that it doesn't happen is wrong. It does happen. And it's the only way you can find quality people, quality, and set yourself up for stuff. So I've given you the reasons, I've given you the cause, I've given you the effect, that I respectfully request that all three amendments be defeated.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Bancroft, you haven't spoken today.
Yes, Madam Moderator, my question is regarding process here. I understand, I think I understand that this vote is needed to confirm and complete the agreement that's already been negotiated. And if this vote were to change, am I right to understand that those negotiations would have to be reopened again? And that's my question.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that the negotiations would have to be reopened. This is for a line item adjustment to the budget for fiscal 2022 in front of you. And so the vote with a motion that we are debating currently is the change in salary to $169,600. And I have, as I said, two others behind it. I see that the other people who made motions are in the queue, so I'm not sure if they are going to withdraw those or what. But my understanding is negotiations would need to be reopened. Is that correct, Mr. McDonald or Mr. Savastano?
That would be up to Mr. McGinnis because there is a contract in place. Anytime there's an agreement, whether it be collective bargaining or otherwise, it's always subject to town meeting appropriation.
Okay.
So the first step took place, they negotiated the contract and signed it, and now it's up to town meeting to appropriate the funds for it. So if the funds are not appropriated, it would be up to Mr. McGinnis to have a discussion with the select board.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zhang.
Yes, Shirley Zhang from Precinct 5. So, two questions. Now, if we agree with this 15.6% increase in salary, would that means the current town administrator, we're going to stay for a full term of 3 years or longer? Second question, now before this current town administrator, where we're paying the below average quote salary, was those administrator doing a bad job?
So I don't think that it's reasonable for us to comment on the previous town administrator. I believe the previous town administrator retired. With regard to length of stay, I know that it will be Mr. McDonald, remind me, it's a 3-year contract that has been negotiated with the current town administrator? Mr. McDonald? I'm asking Mr. McDonald as the select board chair. Just trying to unmute him.
Thank you. I was muted. Yes, it's a 3-year contract.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I'm saying it's a 3-year contract that the current town administrator will have entered into with the town. Ms. Cohen?
Thank you, Chair. Courtney Cohen, Precinct 8. I also would like to take a minute to thank Ms. Janine Simmons. I think it was really bold of her to come out and state this and to go against her her peers. It's not an easy task. My job in my career is a Board of Health inspector with the Board of Health office in Town Hall. And as you said, Chair, as we opened, this is never to be about the person. It's about to be about the position. So the position of town administrator is what we're discussing the salary for, not Mr. McInnes itself. I think we need to reflect on that because we're going through negotiations. As a DTEA member, we are currently still in collective bargaining negotiations.
Okay, but on this amendment, please, Ms. Cohen.
Okay. So Mr. McDonald made reference to the HR Gov study. As posted in that HR Gov study, 7 of the 18 towns proposed only answered the study. On page 14 of that report, it stated only 7 of the 18 towns asked gave responses on salaries. So there is a data gap to be recognized. We have several new department heads, and Mr. McDonald recognized that these department heads were hired well. Why did the ones before them leave is the question to think about.
Right.
Why are they not here? Why do we have such high turnover right now in our town hall for so many department heads and staff? That is something to really consider. Almost, I would say more than half of our department heads are new within the past couple of years.
This is kind of outside the scope of the amendment. So we're on the amendment before.
Well, I'm
Do you have any
different. Okay,
comments
so,
on the amendment, please?
Okay, so my amendment included a 2.25%.
We're not talking about, okay, unless you're withdrawing your amendment, we're focused on this amendment, Ms. Cohen, so maybe we can speak to yours when it comes up.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bancroft, did you have a
they get
follow-up
to talk
question?
about their positions, but
Mr. Bancroft, did you have a follow-up question?
I did not, Madam Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Days.
Hi, Madam Moderator, through you, I'd like to vote to move the question.
I'd like to vote to move on this, on the amendment before us. Okay, so I'm going to lower hands. Do I have a second to move on the amendment before us? I do. Okay. So on the amendment on which you will be voting is to, I'm sorry, we're not voting on the amendment. We're voting to move the amendment. We're voting to be able to vote on the amendment. Okay, so if you are in favor of moving forward to vote on the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand now. This is moving forward to vote on the amendment. Okay, so if you are the second, so I'm going to lower hands. If you are the second device and you are in favor of moving to vote on the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand now. If you are opposed, I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to voting on the amendment and you want to continue to debate the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand now. Okay, if you are the second person, I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to moving forward with the amendment and you want to continue to debate the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand now. Okay, the motion to move the question passed at 12:41. So taking notes here. So what is before town meeting now is the amendment to modify the budgeted request from $185,000 to $169,600. So that is what you're voting on. If you are in favor of making the modification, that would be indicated with a yes vote. If you are opposed to the modification, that would be a no vote. All in favor of modifying this line item, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are the second person on a device, I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are in favor of making this modification, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, if you are opposed to this amendment, I'm going to lower your hands. If you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are the second person on a device, lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, the amendment to Article 9 fails at 12:43. So this amendment fails at 12:43. The next amendment that is coming before us, so I'm gonna lower our hands. Okay, Ms. Zhang, would you like to move your amendment? So do we have Ms. Zhang? Let her make a motion, please. Ms. Zhang, you may need to, okay, so you submitted a motion. Would you like to move your motion, and is it as appears on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so are you making this motion?
Yes.
Okay, do I have so I'm gonna lower hands. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second on the motion before us. So do we have any discussion on lowering, changing the line item to $163,200? Okay, Mr. Howland.
Yes, Peter Howland, Precinct 1. I want to support this amendment. I think that the town administrator has not really performed to what our previous selectman has stated. You know, we still are dealing with a long-term water problem on Reed Road. As far as my knowledge is, the water problems on Bliss Corner have not been resolved either. You know, we're being advised as a town basically to move forward with decisions on other articles that we are waiting on study results for that we've already paid for as a town. And I'm just not seeing the performance. And I think that this 2% raise is even higher than he quite frankly deserves. And I think as poor as it is, these negotiations we're having now are better than what our current select board members were able to negotiate his contract for. So I support this amendment to the article as well.
Mr. Marcotte.
Yes. So I guess my question is about precedents. And what we're hearing is that the proposed salary was because maybe the previous position wasn't salaried quite that high. So now you start throwing around 15% increases because they're below what maybe other towns are doing now. Do other administrators in town say, well, the town administrator was able to get 15 because his was let's start to benchmark multiple positions against that instead of the job that's at hand. And I think although leadership is certainly important, the process is as well, right? Folks like ourselves taking the time out of our day, taking time off to sit through a budget because we care. So, I'd love to say it's all one person that makes this town work, but I don't believe that. So what assurances are that we're not going to have multiple positions within the town that are salaried are going to want the same, double-digit increase?
Mr. McDonald, are most of the town salaries governed by a contract with the union?
Majority of them are, yes. There are several that are not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Costa, we haven't heard from you today. Mr. Costa, I don't know if you need to unmute yourself, please. Go ahead, Mr. Costa. I think you're unmuted now. We're unable to hear you, Mr. Costa, if you're trying to make some comments. Oh, now you're muted again. You'd need to unmute yourself if you want to comment.
Sorry, it was a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taylor, I believe you've spoken today.
This is Steve Taylor, Precinct 9. I think we've heard enough on these questions. I'd like to move that we vote on move this along and approve the town meeting appropriation after that.
Okay, so I have a motion to move the question. I'm going to lower hands. Do I have a second to move the question? I have a second to move the question. So again, this is on whether or not we're going to vote on the amendment. So a yes vote would mean that we are going to stop discussion and vote on the amendment before us. All in favor of moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, if you're the second person on a device and you're in favor of moving the question before us, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, if I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to moving the question and you're the second person on the device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, the motion to move the question passes at 12:50. Now we're voting on the amendment that is before us. So if you are in favor of the amendment proposed, please indicate by raising your hand. So this would be the amendment that you're voting on now is to amend the salary to $163,200. Okay, if you're the second person on a device and you are, I'm gonna lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm gonna lower hands. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand.
That's second person.
I know.
That doesn't. We didn't have, how many, Peter, how many second people do we have on device?
Okay, let me start this again because I'm getting that there's some confusion based on the hands that are going up and down. Okay, so I'm gonna lower everyone's hand. Here's what you're voting on. The motion that you are voting on is the amendment before us that's on the screen. So it's modifying the salary to $163,200. If you are in favor of modifying and making this change, please indicate with a yes vote and raising your hand now. If you're the, I'm lowering the hands. If you're the second person on the device and you're in favor of this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm gonna lower hands. If you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are, I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on the device and you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. If you're the second person on the device. Okay. The amendment fails at 12:52 p.m. Okay. I'm going to lower hands. We have another amendment before us. Ms. Cohen, would you like to be recognized to make this amendment? Ms. Miller, I'll recognize you in a minute, but let me recognize Ms. Cohen. Ms. Cohen, would you like to be recognized to make this amendment?
Yes, thank you. Courtney Cullen, Precinct 8. To quickly repeat what I had said under Ms. Simmons' amendment. Thank you, Chair, for your work. Thank you, Ms. Simmons. I truly feel that is a bold thing to do, and I support her.
So what I'm looking for you is to make a motion. So.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So can you make a motion to, my understanding is you'd like to make a motion to modify the town administrator salary for fiscal year 2022
Correct.
from $185,000 to $163,600. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I make a motion.
Okay. I'm going to lower the hands. Do I have a second? So I have a second on that. Do we have any further discussion on this? And Ms. Miller, I'm going to recognize you. Lori Ann Miller, it looked like you had your hand up. Okay, Mr. Taylor.
I'd like to move the question, please.
Okay. Normally, I would be reluctant to take a motion to move the question when it hasn't been debated, but it feels like we've debated this a couple times. So I will entertain the motion to move the question. So I'm going to lower all hands. So what you are voting on right now is whether or not you want to continue to debate this issue. If you are in favor of continuing debate on this issue, on this amendment that is before us, then you would, if you want to continue debate, then you would oppose the motion. If you want to stop debate, you will continue, you would have a yes vote. Let me try that again because it wasn't really clear. If you want to end debate and vote on this amendment, you'd vote yes. If you want to continue to debate and not vote on this amendment, then you would vote no. So if you wish to move the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. If you would prefer not to move the question, I'm going to lower hands. Sorry, if you're the second person on a device and you wish to move the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. If you are opposed to moving the question, or lower the hands. If you're opposed to moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. If you're the second person on a device and you are opposed to moving the question, please indicate by raising your hand. Great. The motion to move the question passed at 12:57. So we're back on the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment that's on the screen presented before you, please indicate by raising your hand. If you're opposed to the, indicate by raising your hand, please. Okay, if you're the second person on a device and you are in favor of the amendment before you, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. If you are opposed, I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. If you, I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you're opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hands. Okay. The amendment fails at 12:58. Okay. I have another amendment from Ms. Cohen on clerical services in the Board of Health. I'm going to recognize Ms. Cohen to move her amendment, please.
I make a motion to move the amendment. Courtney Cohen, Precinct 8.
Okay. Does what is on the screen reflect your amendment, please? Ms. Cohen, does what's on the screen look like what you
I
had?
was just rereading
Okay.
it. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it does.
Okay. Do I have a second? Do I have a
Only
second?
after I have an identification of the source and from where it's coming from. I thought in the past when you required the money to be taken from another location.
Yep, and I think it's part of one of our preliminary motions. So Ms. Cohen, can you please identify the increase from $0 to $43,000, where the $43,000 is coming from?
The reserve fund.
Okay. Okay, do I have a second on this amendment? Okay, I have a second on the amendment. Any discussion on this amendment? Ms. Cohen, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Courtney Cohen, Precinct 8. As our office has always had clerical positions, to eliminate the clerical positions altogether and turn just instead to 3 inspectors makes there be limited staff inside the office of the Board of Health to take phone calls, distribute permits, scans, emails, copies, to be available to the residents in the community the 8 hours a day, 5 days a week that the town hall is open. When we lose a clerical position, we lose someone in the office full time. It makes for difficultiness to have the inspectors to always be the direct points of contact versus a clerical person that will be present in the office at all times. That's why I'd like to keep at least one clerical position in the office and not lose that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. Guiducci.
Madam Moderator, please correct me if I'm wrong, but is Courtney Cohen an employee, a town employee with the Board of Health?
Ms. Cohen, are you a town employee with the Board of Health?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Ms. Guiducci.
So is this, this amendment, is this ethical? I guess is the question.
Yeah, I don't know that that's mine to determine. Ms. Cohen is a town meeting member and is making the motion.
I've discussed this with the Board of Health themselves. I've discussed this with my director. So I got myself elected. I worked hard to be here as I am. I feel that I have every right to represent this office. I'm not saying what's being proposed against completely. I just would like to keep a clerical position in our office, as I know the daily day-to-day workload we have is a lot, and to not have that person available to, as I said, take those clerical tasks and be added to my plate or my inspector's plates is a lot. So I am making a motion.
Thank you. I have someone from the Board of Health who's looking to be recognized, please. The person from the Board of Health would need to unmute themselves, please. We're not hearing you, so I'm going to move on to someone else and maybe we can work.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Christopher Michaud, Director of Public Health.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With respects to making any representations of the day-to-day functions before this body, that should only come from either the elected member of the Board of Health or the Director of Public Health.
Okay.
As far as discussions about the proposal within the Board of Health budget that is before this body, that was made before the Board of Health. It was first proposed to the Board of Health in November of 2020 in advance of the budget preparation, knowing that for many years we have had a request by the town administration to keep a level funded budget and to keep in any new positions, with the funding source attached. So not having any new funding sources, we did modify the department's staffing to reflect the 21st century. There are a number of changes over the quarter of a century that I have been employed with the department. And those changes are getting more and more technical. So the Board of Health, under Leslie McKinley, Thomas Hodman, and Lynn Broder, supported it unanimously. When this was brought back before the board for discussions again, under the new board with Christian Pope, Leslie McKinley, and Lynn Broder, they were in support of it again. We were also trying to be sensitive to the town meeting, knowing that there's only in the town administration's funding request, so we did not ask for. While it's always great to, everyone needs more help, I've been through the hard times of budget cuts and realized that we can only try to avoid those by long-term planning. So we have a increased emphasis on technical positions and a decreased emphasis on support level, and that continues to erode. And most recently, we've seen that with the online permitting, where we have a great deal of technical support in the online permitting, being the second largest department in the building to engage in online permitting. So with that being said, that is the testimony on behalf of the health department with respects to the budgeting for fiscal year 2022 that is proposed. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you. I have used the direct services of the Board of Health multiple times, and the people that I encounter are clerical staff. They're just wonderful people. They've been very helpful to me. I can't understand, Mr. Michaud notwithstanding, I can't understand how we can go to zero funding. I'm sure that we need technical services there, but I strongly recommend the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the funding source. The source is coming from the reserve fund. I believe it's been a practice of the town not to fund any positions and ongoing positions from the reserve fund. So this, if we do the reserve fund this year, what happens to the position next year? I don't, if it's going to be added, it should be another fund. I don't know what it should be, but it should not be the reserve fund.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy? Okay, the hands have gone down. Okay, on the motion before us to increase the clerk's, the line item for the salary of the clerk from $0 to $43,000 for the Board of Health funded from the reserve fund. If you are in favor of this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower hands. If you are the second person on a device and you are in favor of this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay. Lowering hands. If you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, the amendment fails at 1:09 p.m. Okay, I have one more amendment to bring forward. Can we please recognize Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose, are you here to move this amendment? Can we recognize Mr. Rose?
Yes, I move the amendment.
So what you're saying, Mr. Rose, as I understand it, is you are moving to modify the budgeted line item from $73,693 to reduce it to $71,991.
Correct.
Do I have a second? I have a second. Okay. Any debate on this amendment that's before us? Ms. Hart. Ms. Hart, you might need to unmute yourself, please.
I was just seconding.
Oh, okay. Mr. Boswell, would you like to speak to this amendment?
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I can. Can you give us your name and precinct, please?
Yes, it's Boswell, Bryce Boswell, Precinct 4. I was just seconding it, but I support this amendment.
Okay, I'm going to lower all the hands. Is there any discussion? I'm going to lower everybody's hand, okay? Is there any discussion? Mr. McDonald?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Just out of curiosity, the other amendments that previously the person proposing the amendment has stated the reason behind it. I'd like to hear Mr. Rose's, I guess, position on why reducing this position.
Sure. Let me recognize Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose, can you help us understand the reason behind your amendment?
Yes, Shane Rose, Precinct 9. So my amendment, as stated, would maintain the salary for the youth advocate position at its fiscal year 21 level. This is consistent with what town meeting has done in terms of keeping the town clerk salary at its fiscal year 21 level. And so I think that's pretty much the reason.
Madam Moderator, could I add something here? The youth advocate position is a union position. The increase is part of the agreed upon collective bargaining contract increase. So, and whereas the clerk's position is an elected position, it is not part of a union, it is independent. So just for people to keep that in mind, this is part of a collective bargaining settlement.
Thank you. Mrs. Silva. Mrs. Silva, you might need to unmute. Oh, you just had it.
Must have hit the button by mistake.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you, no problem. Mr. Quillo. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any more. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Quillo, did you have a comment? No, okay. Doesn't look like there's any further discussion on this amendment. So what you're voting on before you is an amendment to reduce the line item for the youth commission salary from $73,693 to $71,991. I will remind you that the increase was part of a collective bargaining agreement as highlighted by Mr. McGinnis. All in favor of this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower hands. If you're the second person on a device and you are in favor of this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm going to lower hands. If you are opposed to this amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. If you are the second person on a device and you are opposed to this amendment, can you please indicate by raising your hand, please? Okay. This amendment fails at 1:14 p.m. Back to the budget. We have, I'm going to lower everyone's hand. So we have left the vote on the budget at this point, and we have worked through all of the amendments before us. If you are in favor of the budget as stated, please indicate by raising your hand.
We have a poll.
We have a poll. I'm sorry. Sorry. We have a poll in front of us. Please indicate through the poll. If you're the second person on a device and you're in favor of Article 9, please indicate by raising your hand. Second person on the device. I'm going to lower the hands. If you are in favor of if you are opposed to Article 9 and you're the second person on the device, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we're going to close polling. Article 9 passes at 1:15 p.m. Select board members and Mr. McGinnis, there was a question about spraying from Ms. Sargent. I don't know if if she could call the office there if she has further questions about spraying. It didn't seem to fit into any of the other categories we had today.
Yes, if she calls our office, we can point her in the right direction or find the information she needs.
Thank you very much for your help. I would entertain, would someone like to make a motion to dissolve this meeting? Do you think I get Mr. McDonald to make that motion? Our select board chair? And do I have a second? All in favor of dissolving the meeting, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, I'm going to lower hands. All opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you very much, everybody, for doing the town's business today. The meeting is dissolved at 1:16 p.m. Thank you.